Okay. First thing that you have to do, I need to say is welcome to the virtual summer reading program for Central Plains Library System and anybody else that wants to join. Oh, there we go. We've got a few more people coming. Yay. If I could have you open up the drawstring bag that you got and pull out the folder, the pocket folder, that'd be great. That is where you'll find the agenda. The agenda for the day here. And it shows on the agenda that we intend to just throw in some little short breaks here and there so that you have a chance to get up and get away from the computer. Feel free to mute. I know a lot of you are working the front desk, so if you need to just shut off your camera or mute or walk away, it's okay. We will send you the recording that I just got started. Everyone who's registered will receive a link to that. Right behind the agenda in that folder is a list of things that are in your goodie bag. And so it's here. And the goodie bag is here. And it says surprisingly enough, goodie bag. Are some things that you may want to purchase, things that we got from the collaborative program. There's things that we got from Amazon, things that we got from Demco, and several of the things listed on this sheet are also in our bookmark extravaganza that's coming up shortly. So if it appears to be a bookmark, it's probably in that bag. But otherwise, you'll see the cost per item, where we got it from, a description so you know why we picked it up. And that way you can know, and it'll be easy to order. We wanted to make it really simple for you to order. So that's what this list is, the goodie bag. Behind that is a list of the available die cuts. We normally put together a small box of our die cutting equipment that pertains to the summer reading program. And of course, this year, this is the list that we put together, and it's multiple pages long. There are so many dies that go along with the program this year. We have bookmarks, and I mean, you can use them for projects and decorative things. And one of them, that chameleon that's on the very back page, that one is one of the things that we do for an activity. So the last page is an order form. So you don't have to, there's no way we could distribute the dies around the system so that everyone would get access freely to them. So what we're going to do is keep these dies in the office, the ones that are on this sheet, and you just send us a request. Fill in the form. It doesn't have to be on the form. If you just make a list of what you need and how you want it cut, if you want a particular number, if you want something made out of green foam, let us know. Just give us an idea of what you need and we will cut it and mail it to you at no charge. There's cardstock, there's colored paper, and there's that thin craft foam, that you can do lots of things with. So if you want any of these shapes, including bookmarks, out of a particular material or a certain color, be sure and let us know what you need so we can get those ready for you. And give us as much lead time as you can, because you know how it is. We're dealing with the mailing system now a lot of the time, and the postman is not as reliable as he used to be. So that's also in your folder. Then if you look on the left-hand side, we have a couple of flyers in there. One is from the Henry Dorley Zoo, and they do all kinds of programs. They have virtual programs, they have in-person programs, they have pre-done programs. So you can, and some of them don't have a cost, they just have them up on their website. But some of them have a cost. So there's all the information you need to discover that on that first flyer on the left-hand side of that pocket folder. And then something that I don't know who discovered it, but I think Autumn in our office was the first one to bring it up. But the Nebraska Game and Parks people, this flyer is so interesting. I was very surprised. And of course, since we're dealing with animals, why not the Game and Parks people? But oh, good golly, they have the best stuff. They have whole trailers. You can go and pick up a trailer full of things about animals. And they also have trunks, and it's for free. Yes, it's for free. And they have on the second page there, the front side of the second page, it talks about the trunks, and there's tons of things in those trunks, and they give you the locations for the individual trunks, and there's some in Kearney, some in North Platte, and some in Valentine in our system. But if you're willing to travel a little bit, because that's the thing with the Game and Parks, you have to go get it. You need to reserve it and go get it. And so the trailer, you have to have something that will pull a trailer when you go get that. But the trunks you could go get. And they also have lesson plans these are links on, if we'll put this on our summer reading page so that you can just hit the links, but they have so many things. Oh my goodness. They have wildlife guides, and then lesson plans, and actual items that you can see and touch and feel. So the Game and Parks could be a win for this. I believe, other than to let the people that came in a little bit after we got started, let you know that we are following the agenda that's on the right-hand side of the pocket folder in the drawstring bag. And there are small breaks built in throughout the day and a longer break over the noon hour. We will plan to shut off recording at the longer break, and maybe some of those shorter breaks, depending on how long they are, because when you're watching a video back, you really don't need 10 minutes of silence in the middle. So this is all new to me. We're going to figure it out. I know Zoom has Zoom rooms and you can talk to people. I didn't do any of that. It's just us here looking at each other, enjoying the time. So this is, now it's about 9:12 on my calendar, what is that? It's a clock. That's what it is. So we'll be switching over to our first item at the UNL Extension folks. But Jenny Smith said that from COZAD, they've done the bird and mammal trunks, and they are awesome and they are free. So that is something that has been used in libraries. Jenny does lots of programming in COZAD. So something for you to look at is those trunks. And I'm sure you'll want to reserve early because there are quite a few of them, but I'll bet they'll fill in fast. So, all right, let's move on to the extension folks and see what they can tell us. And let me.
Denise, I was just going to try to share my screen, and it looks like I'm not able to share my screen.
Okay, I just saw that in the chat, and I believe I set it so that you can now. Does it work? Yes, it
That's
does.
wonderful. How about this view?
That looks perfect.
Great. Thanks, Jackie.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for inviting us to be a part of your Central Plains Summer Reading Workshop. We're excited to give you a sneak peek of some of the programming that we're working on in regards to Nebraska Extension for the 4-H STEM Reading Connections program. So my name is Jackie Steffen, and I'm a Nebraska Extension Learning Child Educator. And I'm actually located up in Northeast Nebraska. So my office is in Hardington. And today I have Cam and Lynn presenting with me as well. So I'm going to let the two of them introduce themselves.
I didn't know who was going to go first. Lynn DeVries, and I am also a learning child educator with Nebraska Extension. I am officed out of Adams County and Hastings, but I serve about 11 counties in the south central area of Nebraska. And so many of your libraries are within my accountability region as well. So thank you for having us. And Cam?
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cam Olferts, and I am an assistant educator working with Buffalo County 4-H. So I see a couple of my Buffalo County folks on this morning. Good morning. Good morning. I will be touching on the 4-H portion this morning. Looking forward to chatting with you guys.
Thank you. So these are actually the authors of the 4-H STEM Reading Connections resources. So you can see that we have a team of 10 dedicated individuals. We are spread out across the state. All of us have very diverse backgrounds. So if you recognize any of the individuals that are our authors for our lessons, feel free to give them a shout out in the chat box. So it's fun for Cam to already recognize some of her peeps that are on this call. So it was fun introducing you to the different team members that we have. And just like people, when animals work together in groups, it benefits the entire community. So we hear that saying that together they are better. Well, Nebraska Extension is better when we're able to partner with local libraries just like yours by sharing our resources and by sharing our programs as well. So to kick off our time together and to tie into our Tales and Tales theme, I wanted to quickly kind of test your knowledge. So a lot of you are probably familiar with the book PAX by Hannah Saylor. So this is a book all about teamwork, and what's really fun, it's visually attractive if you haven't had the chance to take a look at it, but it gives various facts about animals, and then it shares what they do together. So for example, it gives facts about bats, and it's talking about bats using echolocation and how they speak better together. Or they're talking about frogs and how frogs sing better together. So we know that when we have groupings of various animals, they have different names. So in our area, we typically think of herds of cows or flocks of birds. So on the screen, you can see 5 different types of groupings or packs. And so just for fun, what we're going to do is see how many of you know which name or grouping name corresponds with the different animals. So you can get ready to type in the chat box, and what you'll type in is, if you think the answer is 1, just type in the number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So we'll see who has the fastest fingers in the group. So what would you call a group of jellyfish? Go ahead and type the number in the chat box. I see a 1, a 3. Now they're rolling in. Very good. All right. Well, a group of jellyfish is actually called a smack. So if you put in number 5, you are correct. Let's try this one. A group of parrots. A group of parrots. I'm seeing some new numbers. Yes, and this time it's number 3, a pandemonium. That's probably my favorite one. What do we call a group of camels? This one looks like it was too easy for most of you, so a caravan. Great. How about a group of goats. We have goats on our little farm that our family's interested in. That's right, it is a tribe. Excellent. And so the last one that I have is a group of spiders. All right, process of elimination number 1, a group of spiders is called a cluster. So if you can think of any other fun or unique grouping names that you're familiar with, go ahead and you can share that in the chat box. But this was just a fun way just to correspond that all of us work better when we share our resources together, just like animals do. So let's get down to business. We're going to spend the rest of our time talking about this year's 4-H STEM Reading Connections program that we have with Nebraska Extension. So I'm going to look over at my screen here. Leave your camera on if you have partnered with Nebraska Extension in your library in the past. And you can turn it off if you have not. All right. So as I go through, it looks like quite a few have partnered, but there are some opportunities for other libraries to partner with us. Okay, you can all turn your cameras back on. How many of you have actually utilized any of the STEM 4-H Reading Connection programs in the past? So they started back in 2014. If you have, leave your camera on. If you haven't, go ahead and turn it off. Just trying to feel you out a little bit. Okay, so a few of you have. Well, I'm excited because it's going to be new to many of you. So what we're going to do today is you're going to gain an understanding of the different components of the 4-H STEM Reading Connection program. And hopefully you're going to begin to develop a plan so that you can incorporate some of the resources into your summer programming as well. So our mission is that we engage youth in extended 4-H learning opportunities through the collaborative summer library program. And we do this by matching your theme. So it's really fun every year to discover what the new theme is. And once we learn that new theme, then we go to work as a team and we develop a series of 4 customizable lessons. And these lessons typically target children grades K through 6th grade. They can be adapted down and they can be adapted up. And since 2014, these have been utilized in a variety of different ways where extension staff partners with libraries and potentially comes in and presents them, or library staff takes the lesson plans and they are able to integrate the lesson plans themselves.
On hats where we're supposed to
There's
wear
a
our hats.
variety of different ways.
But see that right now they don't have all the people up. There's about 80 people at this meeting, but dumb me, they put me at the very top.
All right. We also design what are called 4-H STEM Imagination Guides, and these are the early childhood components. So when we think of this program, I think of it as an umbrella. So we have a part that targets the older children, and then we have a part that targets our youngest children as well. And these resources are available to libraries like yours, after school programs. They're utilized in 4-H summer camps. Schools use them for school enrichment. So they're used in a variety of different ways. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is the 4-H, or the older portion of our 4-H STEM Reading Connections program. And I'm going to kick it over to Cam to share about that.
Awesome. All right. So as you guys can see on the screen here, our theme is Tales and Tales. So kind of playing off of that verbiage, talking about animal tales, but also story tales. And we have 4 separate lessons for you in this program. We have a lesson about animal adaptations. We have a lesson about heads and tails, talking about money and financial literacy. We have a lesson about service animals, and we have a lesson about farm tales. So I will kind of show you guys what that looks like a little bit more in detail. Jackie, if you want to go to the next screen. Awesome. So you guys can see this is the lesson plan format. It is what I would consider pretty easy to just pull up a lesson plan like this, view the materials list a couple days ahead of time, and really just go with the flow, go with it. As you can see, this is the first page of the lesson plan, and this is the at your service plan, talking about service animals. So there will be learning objectives at the very beginning. So you should know exactly kind of what you're hoping the youth to gain from this lesson. There is a materials list, and most of the time we try to keep that pretty simple so that way you don't have to go out of your way to get a ton of new materials. And then there's also a preparation piece where you can kind of figure out what that preparation looks like, what you need to do ahead of time before the youth come into your program. And then there also is a virtual option at the bottom. We kind of wanted to give different options for you at the library. Us with Nebraska Extension kind of know what you're going through in that way, you know, bringing our programs to a virtual format, doing some of those take and make programs. So we wanted to really diversify our lesson plans by giving you some options there as well. So you can see on the left, there are all these bonus bullet points that kind of tell you what else is included. We have a physical fitness component that goes in with the theme, and all of these lessons coincide with different books. And so those books will be listed there as well. We include an introduction piece, opening questions, book suggestions that also go in with fables as well, kind of going with that tale theme, as well as vocabulary, resources, and we even connect it to some different careers there on the left side. So that just kind of gives you guys an idea of what to expect when you look at those lesson plans. Jackie, I'll have you go to the next screen. So now I want you guys to take your library hats. Oh, this is so funny because you guys are actually wearing hats today. Take your library hat off metaphorically and put on your youth hat metaphorically. Put yourself in the shoes of a youth going through this program. So we're going to talk about animal adaptations today, and I want you guys to kind of play along with me. So we have this image on the screen of an owl, and it looks like the owl's in his or her environment. So what makes this camouflage pattern effective? Go ahead and type in the chat for me. This is kind of showing you what it looks like to ask those opening questions before we get started with a lesson. What makes this camouflage pattern effective? I want to hear from you all. We got a couple folks typing in the chat. Michelle says color. Jeannie says colors and patterns. Matching colors, pattern, texture, color, texture. Absolutely. I love to hear that you are all using some elements of art in your vocabulary there. Barb says it blends in with the patterns and the color. And down here it says the color of the owl blends in with the bark of the tree. Absolutely. Those are all acceptable answers. So as you can see here on the screen, after we ask these opening questions and we have the youth really think about why this animal is using camouflage, we will ask those students to select an animal coloration card. These come with the lesson so that you can just print it out right away, cut them out. They're just kind of about this big, these animal coloration cards. And they will represent camouflage. And from then on, you will just have the youth choose an animal that they particularly like. And you'll find that youth are very interested in this because all youth kind of identify with animals in that way. So they will find an animal that they particularly like. And at that point, you will ask those students to carefully examine their animal's chosen coloration and its habitat. So in the chat, I noticed that someone had mentioned the bark of the tree. So that's kind of where that habitat comes in. So what do we notice about the animal's coloration that helps it to blend in with the environment? You guys answered that really well. You answered the texture, the pattern, the color. And at that point, we would prompt students to think about the formal elements of camouflage, shape, pattern, color, just like you said in the chat. All right, we'll go to the next slide here. All right, now we think about camouflage design. We can see in this picture, there's a human. What is the human doing? Using our visual thinking strategies, we might just ask the youth, what do you see? What makes you say that? So go ahead and type in the chat, what is this human doing? And I think you'll be interested to hear youth who wear a lot of camouflage will be very interested in this. So what is this human doing? Go ahead and type in the chat. Taking pictures, photographing, setting up a camera in a field, surveying, blending in to take pictures, photographing wildlife, attempting to blend in so that she can take photos of wildlife. Awesome. Using photography to take pictures of nature and wildlife. Absolutely. So you let students know that now that we have analyzed effective camouflage in nature, how it naturally happens with these animals, we are going to move forward and actually design our own camouflage fabric to be worn in a specific environment of their choosing. So as you can see here, students are going to make a swatch, which is vocabulary used in fashion design, and they're going to use that by they're going to use origami paper to create that. So what they'll do is they'll actually pick just 4 colors of origami paper. Now, it doesn't have to be origami paper. If you have construction paper at your library, that works great too. But they're going to choose 1 as their background color, and then 3 additional colors. And those 3 additional colors, they're going to cut out shapes to apply to their background. So we'll talk about how cutting out different shapes and adding it to that swatch will help, hopefully help that swatch to blend in with their chosen environment. And so you'll see here at the bottom, it says the students will choose an environment that they like from the habitat background cards. Again, these habitat background cards will be provided in the lesson plan so that you can print them out. You can see on the screen here, my friend has a coral reef background. You can see how big those are when you print them out. So he's creating that swatch to then fit into that habitat environment. Go on to the next screen. And so the last part of this particular lesson, again, this is just one activity from one of our lessons, all about animal adaptations. The very last part is a design review. So this is a really important part to me. A little bit of my background is art education. I love teaching kids about art. And one huge thing is teaching kids how to critique in a positive way, and also learning how to accept critiquing in a positive way, not to take offense. And so we will talk about what makes these swatches match together. So as you can see in the very middle of that screen, it's that coral reef environment. And all around it, those are small swatches that youth have created using paper. And I believe a couple youth went outside of the box and decided to use pen. You'll see they'll get a little more creative, even if you do limit their supplies. But then we talk what makes this particular swatch work well as camouflage in this environment. So that is the basics of the animal adaptations lesson. Kind of just shows you what that looks like. And so we'll type in the chat the copy of our draft lessons. They're not completely published yet, but we'll give you guys a sneak peek so that you can really dig into those other lessons. Looks like Jackie put that link in the chat. Awesome. Thank you, Jackie.
Not a problem. Thank you so much for sharing, Cam. And like she mentioned, we are still in the development stage. So we plan on having all of these lessons ready by February 15th. So that date is quickly approaching. And what we've done in the past is we typically share the lessons out to library staff. And then if you can send it out with your network as well. And we do share it with our extension staff as well. So if this is something that you're interested in, go ahead and look at the draft copies and feel free to contact your local extension office and know that the final versions will be sent out via listserv here soon. So let's look at the second component underneath our umbrella for the 4-H STEM Reading Connections program. So what we've created are called imagination guides, and these really target our early childhood audience. We piloted this program last year. I mentioned earlier the program with the customizable lessons that started back in 2014. But just last year, we realized that, hey, there's quite a few children who aren't able to come to the library for the summer reading program for whatever reason. So how can we reach out to those youth? So that's when we decided to carry on with the theme and make these imagination guides or storybook guides that correspond with the theme. And they can be used in various ways. So they can be used in childcare settings. They can be used in libraries. Parents, grandparents can use them as well. So you can see on the screen the different things that each of the storybook guides include. So last year, like I mentioned, was our pilot year, and they were actually all developed on fairy tales to go with Imagine Your Story, and we made them in a brochure format. So we got positive reviews, but the one thing we learned is it wasn't really easy to print them off. So this year, as we're developing our 8 new storybook guides that correspond with animals and habitats, we have them in a front and back kind of PDF. So they're really user-friendly. If you share the links with your patrons, they could pull them up on their phone and they would be able to view them very easily as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Lynn talk a little bit more about why we use animals.
Thank you, Jackie. So exactly, why do we use animals? You can see that there is a biophilia hypothesis here. This was put forth by our naturalist E.O. Wilson, who states animals or humans have a natural affinity toward other living things. So offering up opportunities for children to connect with living things is very, very valuable. For example, caring for animals. This lends itself to expressing empathy, affection, nonverbal communication, and expression of feelings. Also, experiencing cause and effect. We know that animals have affect. They actually react to children or other humans in their environment. When children run an animal, it might startle, indicating that the child that they need to be more calm when they approach an animal. We teach that a lot when we're working with youth just experiencing livestock projects for the first time. So children actually pick up on these cues from animals and with their repeated interactions and opportunities. There's a book here highlighted, Connecting Animals with Children in Early Childhood by Patty Bourne-Selley. And if we look at the next slide, Jackie mentioned the imagination guides, and here's just a picture of those 2-page front back guides that were developed. And so I want to just share a little bit about a couple of each of the guides here on the picture. So the first one I'll talk about is the Big Red Barn by Margaret Wise Brown. With this guide, there begins with conversation starters, questions such as, why do farm animals provide, what do they provide for humans? Or what do you think is different as far as farm animals and all the different sounds and what they mean? Or what would happen if we didn't have farms? Each guide also has a STEM connection. This one in particular is looking at what is the best barn design. And so there's a list of supplies there, but the design steps in this STEM connection would be, after reading the Big Red Barn story, or another familiar farm story, you would discuss different ways to build a barn. And then you would encourage children to plan and draw out their barn or their animal pen and design that on paper. And the art or building supplies, you'd have them construct their barn using a chosen or their chosen animal pens, for example. And it would go on to process this about what is important about farms and why are barns, what's the purpose for them? Why are they different? And why are they different for different reasons and purposes? And how do farms benefit our country? This particular guide also has a music and movement section, listening to different various animal farm sounds, which is very interesting to children, and they would roll the dice and then move or make the sound of a certain animal. There's a sensory experience mimicking the milking of a cow, and also creative arts, which includes painting with some produce that might be grown on a farm. The next guide I'll talk to you about is the Oceans Guide, or Hello Ocean is the book by Pam Munoz Ryan. And of course it has conversation starters as well. Have you ever been to an ocean, or ocean animals? What are they? What animals can you think of that live in an ocean? And then you would read the story. The STEM connection here is, what is the best way to clean up an oil spill? So using materials such as feathers and oil and Dawn dish soap, students get to experiment with cleaning of feathers that have been soaked in oil, and how birds actually naturally try to clean their feathers as well. Music and movement. This one's a favorite of mine because it incorporates some animal yoga, poses such as the crab or the starfish or a jellyfish pose that children get to participate in. And then the sensory experience with experiencing seashells and sand. The creative art is an amazing kind of experience where they're creating a jellyfish piece of art using construction paper, and they have a copy of a jellyfish, but they're going to use chalk to smear the colors of the chalks onto that paper to represent or create their own jellyfish in their art. The next one we're looking at is the great K-pop tree. And so conversation starters here would be what is similar and different about the rainforest habitat to your habitat? Why do animals in the story want to preserve the kapok tree? And for our STEM connection, there's an experiment on how leaves breathe by immersing a living leaf into water and watching bubbles emerge on the leaf surface and observing what's happening, creating a hypothesis and really observing over time what is happening to the leaf. Music and movement, creating rain sticks with some simple recyclable kinds of materials. The sensory is creating mud slime, and who doesn't love slime? And then there's a rainforest mural in the creative arts piece there. And then this last one that I'm looking at is the Cactus Hotel by Brenda Z. Gubertson, looking at how are desert animals different from rainforest animals this time, and what kinds of animals make up a cactus in their home. And for the STEM project here, using products such as sponges and just some paper towels and a scissors, maybe a plastic cup, we're looking at cutting out the sponge in the shape of a cactus, or maybe just a square or a rectangle, and filling the cup with water, placing that sponge in the water and watching what happens and how long does it take their cactus to soak up water. And then talking about, the purpose of the cactus in animal habitats and how many animals depend on that cactus for their survival in that habitat. For music and movement, doing a spider web obstacle course using simple materials such as streamers and yarn. And then sensory experiences. This one's a really fun one on how do snakes molt, and using just simple Elmer's glue. We've all had the experiment where you've gotten glue on your skin and how it kind of dries and you can peel it off. Can you peel it off in one little piece, or does it peel off in a big sheath? And that's kind of mimicking or letting them experience what it would be like to molt skin or molt feathers. And then there are the creative art pieces, desert sculptures in this project. So lots of fun ideas there in those guides. I'm going to turn it over to Jackie next.
All right, and I'm just going to overview the last 4 guides that we have. So you can see on the screen previous, you were seeing what the front pages look like. This shows what the second page looks like. So the first one that I have is in regards to the forest. So it ties in with the well-known story Owl Babies. And the STEM reading connections, or the STEM connection, is all about how to construct a bird nest. So that will be the challenge that the youth would be able to use. We also know that owls are nocturnal animals, and so are bats. And so one of our music and movement games is with echolocation, where the children are actually having a blindfold on their eyes, and then one person in the group is making a sound, and they're using echolocation to try to determine who is the person in the group that's making the sound. One of my favorite extended reading books that goes along with it, and you've probably heard it already, is Whose Tracks Are These? So a clue book for familiar forest animals. So this is another book that ties right into that storybook guide. The other storybook guide that you can see on the page is in regards to pets. And the story that we feature is Not Norman, an ordinary goldfish. And what the STEM challenge is in this particular book is they are trying to design a safe and sturdy pet carrier. So there's lots of different questions that you talk through when they're designing their pet carrier, and you're really going through the design process. One of my favorite things for an extension is when we think of pets, they're near and dear to us, and a lot of small children have stuffed animals. And so the music and movement activity is about putting on some music and doing a pet parade and pet show. The third one that you can see on the screen down at the bottom is in regards to the tundra, and it ties in with Polar Bear, What Do You Hear? This might be one of my favorite STEM connections because it's all about how animals stay warm. And so using a Ziploc bag and some Crisco, it mimics blubber. And so you have a bowl of ice water, and first they put their hands in the water and notice how cold it is, how long can they keep their hand in. Then we talk about how Arctic animals stay warm and how they have that layer of blubber that helps them. And so they are able to put their hand inside the plastic bag and then feel the difference as they dip it into the ice water. So that goes along with the Polar Bear, What Do You Hear? The last one that you see on the top right-hand corner is with our ponds. And so we are tying into frogs and using the fun story, I Don't Want to Be a Frog. And the STEM connection is actually about static electricity. So children will cut out small little frogs out of paper, and they will use a balloon, and they'll make some static by rubbing it on their head. And then once they place their balloon close to their little paper frogs they cut out, the frogs will jump and be attracted to their balloon. There's also an activity that goes with that one where they are repurposing some egg cartons and some bubble wrap, and they're actually able to create a replica of a frog life cycle. So there's so many different activities that go along with each of these imagination guides. And right now we store all of these guides on our website, but it's currently under construction. So if you go there now, you're going to see last year's fairy tale storybook guides that we had featured on there. We are going to archive them. We are going to save them. But our new page with our new storybook guides will be up March 1st. What we're currently doing and why we're waiting until that March 1st date is we want to pilot these storybook guides. So we have 14 sites that are piloting the different storybook guides and giving us feedback. We are still looking for a couple of sites who are willing to pilot the rainforest and the ocean imagination guide. So if that is anything that you're interested in, you can type your email address into the chat box, and I would be happy to send you those guides, and you could review them, maybe pilot it with a group of children that you work with, and then give us some feedback via short Qualtrics survey. There's various ways that these storybook guides have been used in the past. Libraries have used them with story time. Libraries have printed them out and had them on display for parents or patrons to pick up when they check out the particular books. We've had preschool classrooms use them. We've had them created into make and take kits where a library or a classroom or a child care provider just picks one item off the imagination guide and creates a kit for that. We've also encouraged babysitters and teens to use them when they're doing some summer babysitting as well. So think about all the different ways that you could utilize, not only these storybook guides, but also the customizable lessons that Cam talked about a little bit earlier. So I know that our time is just about out, but I'd love to know, do you have any ideas on how you might use either of the two components or both of the components in your summer programming? Feel free to type those ideas into the chat box. And maybe we just gave you a lot to process, but the whole purpose is we try to create resources that you can adapt and make useful for your particular site. So now I see some things coming in today, potential make and takes. Oh, good. Jenny does a junior book club for kindergarten through second grade. So it sounds like these would work great for it. Awesome. We'll keep those ideas coming in, and feel free to share amongst yourselves as well throughout the day, and seeing about how other librarians are going to incorporate these resources into their programming. Just a little plug, if you are interested in learning a little bit more about the imagination guides, we are having a training that's just on the early childhood component. And that training date is April 21st, and it's going to be an hour training, and it's at 1 o'clock. So we'll go ahead and share that flyer out so that if you're interested in diving a little bit deeper, you can learn more about these imagination guides. Otherwise, it looks like we took a couple extra minutes, and I apologize for that. But if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out to myself or Lynn or Keon. Did you have any questions for us? Well, thank you, and it was a pleasure. Yes.
Sorry, are you going to be able to send these PowerPoint to us so we can have like those ideas?
Sure. I can send you a copy of the PowerPoint. Can I send that to you, Denise?
Yes, that'd be fine. And we can send that out when we send out the recording. for
Perfect.
everyone who's registered.
Thank you.
No, I love seeing that. We love working with our extension educators. We love working with all of you too. Well, enjoy the rest of your day together. Thanks for letting us be a part of it.
Thank you,
Thanks for-
Jackie.
Yeah, we really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you. All right, so this is one of those times we're going to take just a couple of minutes for a break. In fact, I don't know if we'll take much of a break at all. We're going to see if we can get Sally's screen up and running. What do you think, Sally? Can you share your screen? We'll get Sally's. Oh, yep, there we go. We're going to see Sally's screen. How about we just give you guys 2 minutes. If you need to run to the restroom, get a cold drink, get a hot drink, whatever you need to do, we'll have Sally start here at exactly 10:50, which is just a couple of minutes away.
So I just had a moment of panic when all of a sudden I don't have anything down at the bottom of the screen, any of those buttons, but I could unmute myself in my little screen picture. I thought,
Yeah,
oh, good.
if you hover towards the bottom, Sally, usually that
No, it's
Oh,
not there.
it did not pop up.
I had it
Uh-oh.
earlier. As soon as I put up my share the screen, gone. But we're
Then
okay.
it's
'cause
gone.
I've
But
got
you're
the-
good. You sound good.
Yay.
Yeah. We got about 30 seconds and we'll give them,
Okay.
and then we'll get started. And you have until, let's see, I show 11:20 or 11:10,
Yeah.
but then we have a break. So we can, if we need to, we can definitely
Hopefully
take a
they'll
little
get a
extra
longer
time.
break, but yeah. That's why I dashed off early. I thought, I'm gonna go now. Then we'll be ready when people get back. And look, I have my papers. I took these home on Friday, the papers, just in case.
Good idea,
Yeah.
because it is miserable.
After
Yeah.
last time we learned, didn't we?
Yeah. In March, I really hope it's lovely weather for March 11th.
All right, Sally, I think we got everybody. If you want to go ahead and
Okay.
start, that would be great.
Perfect. This is Sally Snyder. She's the Children's Services. She's got this really long title, but she does all the stuff for kids and youth at the Nebraska Library Commission. Sally, you can give us that really long title.
Oh, not right now. I can't. Okay. Coordinator of Children and Young Adult Library Services, something like
There.
that. Really.
There it is. But she's got a ton of books to show you that would be great with your program. And you do have the list. It's inside the folder that on the right-hand side, immediately following the die cut paper, there's a tails and tails list from Sally.
So I'm just going to go ahead and start talking, and people, as you come back, I hope you can find your paper and catch up with us. If you lose that paper, there is a list on the Library Commission website. You could just type in the search box handouts and click on the top thing, and you should be able to find the handouts, that my summer reading program handout from the NCompass live session, which is the same handout that you should have in your packaging today. Okay. So I know that you are, I'm pretty sure all of you have lots of books about animals in your collections already, because animals are a popular topic for children's picture books and novels as well. So these are newer ones that maybe you want to pick this one and that one to add to your collection for the long haul, as well as for this coming summer. So we'll just go ahead and get started, and go ahead and either type in the chat box or interrupt me and say, I have to tell you about that book. If there's something that you've had an experience with that's been wonderful or been horrible, please let us all know, so that saves somebody else the pain if it was horrible, or they can all go, I want to do that too, because we love to share. Okay, so let's get going. Okay, please advance. There we go. We'll start with picture books like I usually do. Little Donkey loves grass best. It tastes so good and it's crunchy and juicy. Oh, Mom tries to get him to eat some other foods, but no, he's not interested, not doing that. Then one day he sees his reflection in the pond and he is green. He has never been green before. Why? Oh, he realizes he must try some other foods, but each one is just yuck, black, awful, until he tries a carrot. Carrots are delicious. So he eats carrots and carrots. And guess what happens next? Oh yeah, you know. Lammy is fast and can catch any chicken in the compound in Nigeria. But one day she takes too great of a risk, climbing into the branches of a tree to chase after a chicken. When she grabs for the chicken, she falls and hurts her ankle. Too much to chase chickens for a while. But it is then that she learns that there is more than one way to catch a chicken. Well, it's Aaron Blabby. What else do I need to say? An irritated koala named Warren is adamant about the fact that koalas are not bears. As a matter of fact, Warren notes that Australia does not have any bears at all, well, except in zoos, of course. His efforts do appear to be in vain, though. Samson loves to make other animals happy. However, every time he is on his way to someone's party, he is too late to have a piece of cake or even to play any of the games. He just can't get there soon enough. He is slow, but he also stops to chat with the tree frog, stop the monkeys from arguing, and turns the tortoise back on his feet. Every time he tries to go somewhere, he has to do those things too. So one time he decides he's not going to stop for anything. He's just going to keep hurrying. And it makes him feel bad to bypass everybody. And he still didn't get there on time. So he's pretty sad. His friends come up with a plan and they invite him to a party. And he does get there on time. And I bet you know how he did that, how that happened. Oh, this is another rewritten book. And the illustrations, of course, convey the story. The dog rewrites a copy of my first animal book, so it is all about him. He slowly takes over the animals' pages until they chase him away. Or was there a trick? I think kids really enjoy this reimagining a story to be more about something else. Maisie goes to her friend Penguin's house to see her new kittens. She chooses one to take home and learns about kitten needs and care. Colorful art and good information make this a winner in the Maisie's First Experiences series. This is the sequel to Can I Be Your Dog?
Arfie finds a homeless kitten and, reminiscent of the first book, writes letters to people on the block asking them to adopt Scamper. The kitten walks each letter up to the door, and on the next page is a person's reply about how it won't work. Will anyone adopt Scamper? I know it's a repeat of the whole story of the first book, but it's very sweet and fun, so you could read the books together if you wanted to, one after the other. This is, if you look closely, you can see the Easter eggs bouncing around. So there's Easter themes to this book, but they don't get in the way of it being about Pete the cat and the 5 little bunnies. And it's the words and actions from the song are on each page, so you can read it or sing it. And kids, of course, love Pete the cat, so how can it be bad to have another book about him? Oh, I forgot to mention I am reading off my list so that I can get done in my time frame. Otherwise, I forget the most important parts of what I wanted to tell you, and then I feel bad later. In this book, it is cleaning day, but Llama Llama keeps playing with his toys instead of picking them up. So Mama says, what if she played instead of cleaning? And off she goes, throwing clean clothes in the air, dropping towels on the floor, dancing around on roller skates. It's crazy time. Pretty soon the house is a big mess and Llama Llama has no place to play. It's all covered up. Then they do agree that cleaning is important. It's sure to be popular with the Llama Llama crowd, even if they don't really like the final message about, yeah, we really do need to clean up. Jo drives a semi-truck and Big Al, her little dog, is her constant companion. Until one day at a rest stop, Big Al is still busy checking out some other dogs, a candy wrapper, and having a roll in a flower patch. He heads back to the truck, but it's gone. It's not there anymore. He knows the best thing for him to do is wait for Jo to come back. Even when some kind-hearted people try to grab him to help him, he gets away. Just in time, it is Jo. They are together again. T2 has had enough of Bunny's siblings, Bunny cousins, bunnies in his business. That's enough. So everything is different when he leaves the burrow at night and goes out into the world with his paper so he can start to write his own alphabet book about what he sees. When he has finished writing his book, he realizes he is lost and he's not sure how to get home again. Turning around, he sees his whole bunny clan right in a line behind him because they had missed him. Black and white illustrations with a touch of red set the tone of mysterious and maybe a little bit frightening because some of those tree branches form different animals that kind of seem like they might come to get him, but it's all safe and he ends up going home with his family. The little mouse travels around the world discovering colors, animals, transportation, numbers, and so much more. It's a wonderful book of discovery, and sometimes it's a little hard. I don't know if you can see there's the little mouse there. Sometimes it's kind of hard to find him on the pages, but he's there. Keep looking. Jim, a boy, notices that people and their dogs go together because either their names rhyme or they look like each other. But one dog in the rescue shelter, Mr. Scruff, has nobody. They do not look alike and their names do not rhyme, but maybe Jim and Mr. Scruff belong together. It's a fun take on finding your dog, the dog for you, and on how people connect with their pets. Fort Robinson in western Nebraska was used to train dogs during World War II. This story is from the viewpoint of one of the dogs. It's a fictionalized story of the things that dog is a real dog. There really was a major dog who was trained at Fort Robinson, but these are fictionalized things of the types of things that he would have been trained to do. So that part is fictional. It gives a sense of the training they received and the duties the dogs performed in the war. In Major's case, he returned home and was retrained to be a family dog before returning to his family. The last 4 pages of the book give good nonfiction information about the training center and Major. 4 photographs are included, as well as a copy of Major's honorable discharge paper. So it's a nice Nebraska connected book and also a book about training dogs for war. Maybe you've seen this book before already because I think it was on the Golden Sower list a few years ago. It is based on a true story, but it is also fictionalized. Jessica was hurt and one lower leg needed to be amputated. She was working to learn how to walk with a prosthetic when she met a service dog and she signed up to get one. Meanwhile, Rescue was learning how to be a service dog. Once they were paired up, it was amazing. But then Jessica had to have the lower part of her other leg amputated. They worked together to learn the new things that they both needed to know. And the author was injured in the Boston Marathon bombing, and her service dog is named Rescue. And there's additional information at the back of the book about their real life. I love this one because this cat is so accepting. Just a gray cat wakes up and jumps out of a pile of the cats announcing, "Welcome to the magical time when everyone says meow." And he gets 5 meows and 1 woof from a dog leaning into the scene. After he discovers that the dog will or can only say woof, he announces, "New plan. Everybody says meow. One guy says woof." He gets a loud meow and a woof, and then ribbit from a frog leaning into the scene. A quack is next. The cat says, "Welcome to the magical time when everybody says whatever they want." A fun surprise is at the end. Roar! It's inclusive and accepting of the different sounds and the different animals. Let's just all make sounds together. I just love that direction it went. Speaking of roar, a mouse never wavers and convinces a group of other animals that he is a tiger. When a real tiger arrives, the mouse claims that he is a mouse. Then he gives names to the other animals. For example, he points to a snake and he says, "Thin, pointy, hangs in trees. This is a banana." So I think kids will just love that idea of what else could this, here's his characteristics, what else could it be? It's silly fun with a lesson inside. A variety of children note in rhyme the attributes they share with a friend or friends who are mostly different animals, and how that makes them the same but different too. Listeners will enjoy hearing about the similarities and differences and naming the many animals on the pages. And it recognizes that we are all different in some ways, but we are the same too, and we are all valuable. A dog is certain that hats are not for cats and stands firm in his opinion, while a cat models a variety of hats to convince the dog that there are hats that cats can wear. After a parade of cats wearing hats and the return of the dog's hat which they snitched, they all proclaim hats are for everyone. While a duck, a turtle, and a bird join them also, and they all have hats too. So you better have some hats on hand to put on after you read this book, probably. Oh, this is such fun. These kittens and these dinosaurs. 3 kittens have climbed everything worth climbing on their island. What's next? Going to Dinosaur Island and climbing dinosaurs, of course. The narrator tries to discourage them, but they jump into their covered floating litter box and go off to the next island. They do run into some snags and end up having to try plan B, which whoever even thinks up a plan D. Book ends with a new challenge, climbing mommy soars. This book has lots of planning. They are very goal-oriented and they are determined, or you could say stubborn, but they're so cute. This is a llama book number 2. I didn't see the first one, but in this one, be sure you read it correctly. Llama unleashes the alpaca lips. Alpaca lips. Llama invents the Replicator 3000 because while he likes to cook, he does not like to clean. His friend Alpaca does. She loves to clean. I think it's a she, I don't know. Once she is in the replicator, he makes a second one and the 2 of them get to work cleaning the house. Now he's got 2 alpacas cleaning. But Llama doesn't stop. Soon he has an army of alpacas. He opens his front door and out they go into the city, into the town. He has unleashed the alpaca lips. Finally, the llama does the right thing and unzoops the extra alpacas. Did he learn his lesson? Not so much. This is just more silly fun and play on words. This is a play on the familiar folk story of filling up a house with more and more of something until taking all the extra away makes it seem like peace and quiet. Mia wants a puppy, but Mom says there is not enough room. Grandma and plenty of friends drop by and leave their pets to be cared for a little while, a few days. One after another, pets and more pets come into the house. Will it work? Probably. Arthur Ewings has written one mean ant, and he is mean. But one day he marches off in anger, stomping away and so mad about something that he gets lost. After much blame tossing, a fly comes along and gives him a ride. However, watch out for that spider web. Oh, that's the end of the book. Uh-oh. Good thing there's a book 2. Ant and fly are stuck in a spider's web. Flea is in there too, having just escaped from a flea circus. Flea can hop and bounce all of them out of the web. Fly gives both of them a ride, but he is headed the wrong way. Soon, they are all 3 back in the flea circus. I haven't seen book 3 yet. I sure hope there's a book 3 because that's where they are at the end of this one, in the flea circus. Some picture book nonfiction. Good basic information with wonderful photos. Readers will enjoy seeing the baby with its family and learning how they get around in their environment. It's a good nonfiction addition to your collection and a good look at the family dynamics of an elephant herd. This is an ecology book about the impact sea otters have on their environment. It recounts the disaster that occurred after the sea otter was hunted almost to extinction. The sea urchins' numbers grew to the point that they destroyed miles of kelp, which impacted many other species. Beautiful art and clear explanations convey the issue and the lives of otters. One word on each first 2-page spread with an illustration, and then a brief phrase on the second 2-page spread, also with an illustration, that redefines the first word, followed by a paragraph of more information. For example, with porcupine, the first word is prickly, but you turn the page and it says, but gentle on the next. Beautiful art and clever text opens the opportunity for discussion, and you could have the kids, after they've heard this story, pick a different animal and come up with their one and a few words afterwards to create their own 2 pages like this book has. A look at what cats and people have in common and what is different. This includes some basic information of the lives of several types of wild cats, lions, jaguars, etc. And it uses, like on the cover, it uses a combination of photos and artwork to convey the information. And the second book in this series, there are several in this series. These are the 2 I ran across and read. Crocs, again with the artwork and the photographs to convey what crocs are all about and how they're like us and how they're different. Steve Jenkins and Robin Page are always good. Each 2-page spread features 1 or 2 animals and one thing a zookeeper might do for that animal. Everything from brushing a hippo's teeth to picking up panda poop. Listeners will be intrigued by some of the more unusual duties, which you can see on the cover here, like using a rake to gently scratch a tapir's back. Just as it sounds, this is a look at various baby animals and how they play. The author demonstrates how play helps prepare the baby animal for life as an adult. So again, it's a look at a number of different animals and how play helps them develop. For the winter, the Arctic fox heads north to the top of the world. As spring comes, she turns again and heads south for the summer. This is an amazing journey of around up to 2,000 miles that this animal makes every year, up to the top of the world and back down again. And I read the book, but I'm not really sure why she goes that way. Maybe I need to look up more information. This is the first year in the life of a little brown bat, and it's told more as a story than factual. It includes factual information. It's very factual, but it's not dry facts. Full-page illustrations convey the action told in the text. And more information is included again at the back of the book. Let's look at a few beginning readers. I just started to look at the chat and someone said, Sally, we want all of them, all the books. I don't blame you. Okay, let's move on to Little Penguin's new friend. Little Penguin is very excited about the new visitor who's going to arrive soon, a polar bear. His friends have heard some bad things about polar bears, like they have sharp teeth, they are mean hunters, and they tell very bad jokes. But Little Penguin is willing to wait and see, because you should not believe everything you hear. He remembers that his best friend Franklin is called a killer whale. When the boat arrives, a polar bear gets off. She has sharp teeth, but she is laughing. Well, that's not scary. Then she tells a couple of bad jokes. If it is true that polar bears tell bad jokes, is it true that they are mean hunters? Making friends, being skeptical of rumors, and welcoming a visitor are all included in this beginning reader. There are lots of books about Biscuit. This one came along just in time for the list. Biscuit and his friend, the girl, must first build a snow fort, and then they can play in the snow. But when Biscuit sees a downhill race about to start, he hops in someone's inflated sled and wins the race. It is all right, though. Now they can all fit in the snow fort, and the girl has snacks for everyone, dogs too, sharing the sled, the snow fort, and the snacks, and enjoying winter fun, which I don't want to do that today. I do not want to go outside. Sorry. This is the third book about these characters, but it's the first one I've seen. I missed the first two somehow. Fox loves to trick Pig. In the first story, he builds a high wall and places the doll Fox on top. Pig sees it and hurries to get Fox off the wall, tripping and accidentally knocking it down. He catches the doll, but the real Fox was caught in the cascading pile of blocks. In the next two stories, Fox is bruised and he has a bandage on his face. The second story involves another injury to Fox, again after his trickery. And the third story is both of them calling it a day, no more games. I don't know if the first books were like this or not, but I really hope Fox learns his lesson because he's getting pretty beat up here. There have been several books about Otter, and this one is a standard story puzzle, but still the kids will enjoy it. Otter has lots of toys, but a pet would be fun too. He asks Otter Keeper one at a time for several different animals, but each one will not work. For example, a lion is too scary, a monkey is too loud. Finally, they find just the right pet for Otter. I don't know who would win it. I won't say that. Never mind. Theodore Seuss Geisel Award 2021 winner, and it's been on my list the whole time. Woohoo! Okay, this is great fun. I love it. There are 3 stories, and in it, I mean, just look at the cover. See the cat. The dog says, "Wait a minute." 3 stories about a dog. So the first story starts with "See the cat," and the dog says, "I'm not a cat, I'm a dog." Second story is "See the green cat," or something. He says, "I'm not green, I'm not a cat." And it goes through several things until finally he's getting kind of miffed. And it says something like, "See the green cat on the pink unicorn with the frilly tutu," or something. And right then past the dog comes a pink unicorn and a cat on him with the frilly tutu, all the things that, and he goes, "Oh, never mind." Then you get the next story. It's very fun and very clever, and I think kids will just love it. And obviously, it's the Seuss Award, Geisel Award, so that's an indication that it's going to be wonderful. This is a ready-to-read book. It's brief rhyming text that tells of a variety of birds doing typical bird things. A sample here. There are 2 separate 2-page spreads that say, "Birds in the ocean, diving. Birds on the ice, surviving." Bird facts are included at the back of the book with a short paragraph on each species of bird in the order that they appeared in the book. So you can do some learning with that as well. This is not the first book about Bunny, but it's the first one that I've encountered, and it's a bit of an interactive book. The main point is that Bunny does not realize how disruptive he is, and Big, the bear, is trying to help him learn. The reader is asked to give Bunny a high five and later to tap him on the arm. Readers, listeners also probably have been asked to lower their voice and be considerate of others. Helping Bunny may also help them to remember to be quiet. Bunny says, "What?" This is the first book in a series of 3. Dog wants to play with the 3 frogs, but he keeps falling down. They send him away, but then there is a big bear. They time to panic. Dog keeps his head and uses one of the moves he couldn't do right earlier, and he defeats the bear. Now he's their friend. It's problem solving and keeping one's head. A very brief text and repetition will draw in new readers. The second book is Goat in a Boat. The frogs are happy to see Dog again and to see Goat in a coat. Goat then brings a boat and many animals get on board, but not Dog. He doesn't think it will rain. It does. Dog climbs into a trunk, and when the water gets high, he rescues everyone after Goat's boat is struck by lightning. All is well until Dog sees Goat with a warm Santa-like coat on, and he goes zipping off on a sled. So the next book is called Hog on a Log, but I think it's going to have something to do with what Goat was preparing for. Jane Yolen has written several, 5 books called School of Fish series. This one is book 3, Rockin' the Tide. The silverfish gets nervous as he looks forward to his band playing for the school. Will the fish kids clap? Will they boo? He's pretty nervous. And it's brief text, but I really like this one because it's about handling pressure and your fear of failure, depending on your friends to do their part, and standing up and giving it your best, which all is pulled together in just this one book. I haven't seen the others in the series. Some early chapter books. This is book 1 in the Zoe and Sassafras series. Sassafras is the cat. Zoe is surprised to see that one of her mom's photos glows purple. Her mom tells her that she helps magical animals that live in the nearby forest. And now, since her mom will be gone for a week, Zoe can help them since she is the first person her mom has found that can also see the creatures because she saw that purple. A few days later, a baby dragon is left by the secret door at the barn. Zoe uses the scientific method, which her mother taught her, to try and find out what is wrong and what will help. Sassafras, the cat, is very much a part of everything Zoe does. And during the night, Sassafras responds to a need the dragon has that Zoe missed, because this is her first animal she's tried to help. The puppy had 2 bad homes before finding himself at a rescue shelter. When a boy comes along to adopt him, the puppy is afraid and doesn't know what he should do. Barking and other things puppies do got him in trouble before. Patrick names him Oz and follows the rescue workers' suggestions for helping Oz find his place and be happy. It takes time, patience, and music. Patrick's grandfather teaches music lessons in the home, and he notices Oz's talent. When Granddad plays a short tune on his tin whistle, Oz repeats it in whine. Along with Oz's issues, Patrick must deal with the realization that his father, away on a tour with his band, is not coming back to their house. His parents are getting a divorce. So family, caring for an animal, and moving toward the future are all dealt with here. These are the first 2 books in a book series called My Furry Foster Family. Truman the Dog is book 1. Katya, 8, and her parents adopted their dachshund Ollie a year ago. Now they want to foster other animals from Happy Tails Rescue. Their first foster is Truman, an older Labrador mix. Truman is good at finding trouble, and since this is the first time the family has provided a foster home, they make a few mistakes. Nothing serious. When Truman is ready, people come by to visit and see if they will be his forever family. Katya has mixed feelings. She loves Truman, but she knows he needs to go with the family. Kirkus says an adorable first book in a new series for animal lovers. Book 2 about Buttons the kitten is a litter of kittens are taken care of. Buttons is not sociable. Buttons likes to hide, particularly in this bag. And so they have to figure out how to encourage her to come out and be part of the socializing and part of the group so that she'll get adopted too. Kitty and the Moonlight Rescue. There's 4 books in this series now, I think. Let me turn the page. Yes, because book 4 just came out recently. Kitty's mom is a superhero, and now it looks like Kitty is developing the same powers. She can understand what cats are saying. Her balance is outstanding. I really need that. And she can climb up the clock tower to find out what is trapped there, making a horrible noise in this first book, The Moonlight Rescue. The second book, The Golden Tiger statue, is stolen from the museum. Kitty and friends go after the thief. Book 3, Kitty and her friends find a beautiful, peaceful garden on the top of a building, but soon there are too many cats there and they are destroying it. What can Kitty do? And book 4 I haven't seen yet, but I know it's out. Sorry, I'm reading the chat. The first 2 books in the Diary of a Pug series. This is book 1. Bub loves peanut butter and his girl Bella, but sometimes Bub is in the wrong place at the wrong time. How did he end up on the rocket Bella was blasting to the sky? And how will he get the broken wing part back from Nuts the squirrel? Peanut butter? Maybe. School is closed and Bella can't wait to go out and play. Bub does not like snow or cold. Plus, the new neighbor has a monster-sized pet. Will Bub go outside? He loves his Bella. Oh, if this year your girls, usually it's girls, if your kids are missing the princesses, we have a solution right here. Itty Bitty Princess Kitty. Works. Oh, lots of sparkles on the covers. In the first one, the newest princess, Itty is excited for her party as she will then become a princess. But there is so much going on, she becomes worried and really wonders if she is princess material. The second book, The Royal Ball, now she is a princess. She has to teach everyone a new dance at her first ball as a princess. But she doesn't know how to dance. What can she do? This is crazy. It's funny. A master of disguise, not really. Agent Moose of Woodland HQ is called to find a missing witness, Terrence Turtle. He is miffed that Camo Chameleon just solved his 100th case, and a big party is being thrown for him. Agent Moose has solved 99 cases. He and his sidekick Alfred follow the clues and eventually learn why Terrence Turtle disappeared and who has been holding him captive. It's silly fun. It is a good mystery. Agent Moose is kind of unaware of how really not so good he is at disguises. Here's another series, Jasmine Green Rescues. This is book 1, and these are all originally published in England. But I just thought these were terrific. Jasmine and her younger brother Manu live on a farm with their parents. Their mom is a veterinarian and their dad runs the farm. One day, Jasmine went with her mother on a call to a neighboring farm, and Jasmine asked if she could see the pigs, and the farmer agreed. She discovers a runt piglet that couldn't suckle, so she ends up sneaking the runt home in the car. The piglet is soon discovered, but Jasmine has done such a good job taking care of it, she is allowed to keep it. Her phone call to the farmer confessing her trick is a good lesson. The piglet, Truffle, is smart and soon learns some helpful tasks. Caring about animals and others, the importance of truthfulness and doing your chores every day is included in the book. Book 2 is about a duckling. One day, Jasmine and her friend Tom were walking with Truffle, checking on her dad's sheep. A loose dog ran through the hedge, scared the sheep, and then disappeared. It reappeared soon enough with a dead duck in its mouth. They later found the nest of duck eggs, and some were broken. Carefully, they brought the 4 whole eggs to Jasmine's house and borrowed an incubator from Tom's aunt. Only one duckling survived from the event, and Jasmine named him Button. Soon Button was doing some pretty amazing things. Again, caring about animals and others, the law, and the wonder of nature, and why you should control your pets. Oh, I think there's maybe 4 more in that series. I'm not sure. This is book 2 about McTavish. Book 1 was called Good Dog McTavish, which I missed again. In this book, McTavish believes it is his job to help his family connect with each other. They seem to think he should follow their commands. That's not going to happen. So he runs away to a lovely lake and forest area. They follow so they will relax in nature and enjoy some time with each other. It's very clever. Lots of fun. Some fiction for grades 2 to 5 or so, somewhere around that range. Olive met Maudie, her older half-sister, 2 weeks before their dad died. Now an orphan, Olive lives with Maudie. Since they are adjusting, they had to move, and Maudie has a new job. Getting a dog will have to wait until Olive learns about raising a puppy to later be trained to be a guide dog. Olive is determined to do it right, and she gets a lot of support, and she works very hard. A sweet, positive puppy story that also includes family changes and adjusting to a new town and school. And look at that puppy. Oh. This is book 1 in Cassandra Animal Psychic series. Cassandra is 14 and she has a lot of changes to adjust to. Her mother has a boyfriend. She likes him, but Juliet, who is 17, his daughter, wants nothing to do with her. Along with that is the fact that Cassandra can communicate with animals, and her best friend Sophie, who's getting ready to move away, convinces her to stop hiding and to share her gift to help people. She offers to help a boy and his father find their missing cat Titus. The boy is hopeful, the father is skeptical. Since this is her first time trying to help people, it is realistic that she flounders a bit with it, enough to convince the father that she is insincere, but she keeps trying for the cat and the boy. Animal lovers will appreciate her empathies and abilities, and the episode near the beginning of the book about a dog in a locked car with the windows up in the heat is an important warning for pet owners. Epic, yes, that's his name, is 12, and he is dreading the start of middle school at the end of the summer. For now, he is helping his parents and younger brother and sister run their bed and breakfast in Carmelito, California, just named America's #1 dog-friendly town. And a week of special activities is beginning. Soon enough, there is a mystery. Who stole the priceless jeweled dog collar from the famous TV star St. Bernard, Sir Bentley? The kids are sure they can solve it. There are a number of red herrings and unusual activities going on in this book, but the kids are dauntless about solving this mystery. This is like an advanced reader's copy, so it's not the exact book, but I read this. It's told from Lily's viewpoint. Her opinions are sometimes quite funny. She is one of several puppies in a kennel with their mother at a rescue facility, and she talks about how boisterous her brothers are. She doesn't like it, and that is one thing that makes her more aware and concerned about how frightened other animals might be when in bad situations. Maggie Rose, daughter of one of the rescue facility workers, can see that Lily belongs with their family. Mom, however, is convinced they need to find her a different home, even though Lily helps them find and rescue other animals. This is part of a different series where each book is about a particular dog, and it's that dog's name. It's Bowser's story or Lily's story. But what he did then was he started a new series called Lily to the Rescue about this particular dog. There are fewer pages and larger type than the first book, so it's aimed at slightly younger readers. And it could have gone in the early chapter books category because there's an illustration every few pages. But this book picks up where the other one left off. And there is enough background information that they don't have to have read the first book to get started on the series. Lily has an instinctive empathy with other animals, especially those that are hurt or lost. She is calm and quiet and stays with the animal to help draw her people to them. This time she finds a crow with a broken wing. Her girl, Maggie Rose, runs for the animal rescue place where her mom works to get help, and Lily stays in the park to calm and protect the bird. And that is only the beginning. I don't know how many books there are in this series yet. This is one of my favorite books on the upper elementary list. Letty Munoz, it's the summer after 5th grade. She is learning English. Spanish is her first language, and she is still shy about speaking English with English speakers. But she and her friends in her class are helping at an animal shelter for the summer. Letty signs up to write descriptions of pets available, but so has Hunter, who is a bit of a bully. This is about finding homes for pets. They go into the store and they are yelled at for speaking Spanish in the store by another customer who tells them to go back home and learn English. And it's also about practicing English, and it all comes together well for a What Will Happen Next story. This did receive a 2020 Pura Belpré Award honor book. This is a full-color graphic novel. Trot and Captain Bill, a cat, surfed together. One day when Trot was grounded, they snuck out anyway to have a couple of rides. They capsize and Trot gets hit on the head from the surfboard. Before they know it, they both have gone far enough under the sea to encounter sea sirens or mermaids and learn about their conflict with the serpents. The sea sirens are fascinated with Captain Bill, and they make it possible for Trot to hear what he is saying. This has a Vietnamese-American main character, the ever-surprising Captain Bill, helping to resolve a dispute that can end in a peaceful understanding, and also helping to care for the grandfather with dementia. Well, the storyline is complete by the end of the first book. The last line of the story is "to be continued." I haven't seen any more information about it coming out with another book, but it's going to be happening. And the author says this book was inspired by L. Frank Baum's story, The Sea Fairies, which I also haven't read. Full-color graphic novel. Katya is in grade school, and she and her Meemaw have returned to spend the summer at their Alaskan cabin. Katya loves to read comics books and is not interested in the outdoors or in making friends. After Meemaw sends her to the corner market for a snack and some time outside, Katya accidentally falls from the crossing log into a ravine where she finds herself face to face with a Kodiak bear. Not something you want to have happen. However, this bear is gentle and non-threatening, and his hind leg is trapped under a log. She gets Meemaw and they lift the log using some rope and Meemaw's scooter. He goes home with them so Meemaw can tend his wound, and soon he is asleep nestled next to Katya. They are already forever friends. Katya and Meemaw have to return home early due to a family emergency. Katya had given Cody a drawing of her other home with a recognizable space needle indicating Seattle. Cody hides on a cruise ship and lands in Seattle to look for her. A young fisherman takes Cody in and helps him look for his Katya. Beautiful illustrations, wonderful story. This title will appeal to animal lovers, young and old. This is also an advanced reader's copy, so there might be a few little things that are different, but what I read in this book was about when their owner, Mrs. Food, is taken to the hospital after a fall in the kitchen, the pets are sure they are all going to end up at the pound, the pets being Walt, Oscar, and Butterbean. Then they find out that one of the other tenants in their tall building is likely that he has a stash of gold coins. If they can steal his gold coins, they won't have to go to the pound because they can order food on the internet and pay for it with the gold coins. Heist planning ensues. Clever, humorous, thoughtful, animal-loving children will grab this book off the display. Marco and Polo are two of the rats that live in the inner runnings of the building, and they get pulled in to help with this caper as well. I saw this book at the library, Pony on the 12th Floor. Yes, I had to check that out right now. Kizzy has always hoped for and wanted a pony. One day in the grocery store with her best friend Pavel, there was a pony eating donuts. Kizzy claimed him, quietly took him up the elevator to her family's apartment, and decided that one night like that was all she could take. And she had planned. She was prepared for this, and it still wasn't delightful. We're not surprised. Pavel offers the shed in his backyard since his parents will be gone for a week. That works for a while, but now what next? How to care for a pony, feed and clean up after it with just a little time for riding is a formula that results in Kizzy walking the pony back to the riding stable she's figured out he came from. But there is another surprise in store. So this is about responsibility, sharing, and finding the right solution. And she found a pony. I would have loved to find a pony in the grocery store when I was a kid. Of course, I wouldn't have been able to keep it, but This is book 1 in a series. The series being Two Dogs in a Trench Coat. Waldo and Sassy are good dogs. They keep the squirrels out of the yard and they try every day to keep their people home, even though they always get away. Lately, the dogs have noticed that their boy Stuart is not happy with school. They accidentally find an old trench coat and a plot is hatched. They will go to school as a new student named Salty and find out why Stuart is so unhappy. The dog's point of view as to what is good about school will make readers laugh, and their positive attitude plus sometimes helpful efforts encourage student Stuart to work on his dreaded big report and give a presentation to the class. Stuart does the work, and Waldo and Sassy, as Salty, provide support. Humor, seeing things from a different point of view, and an unexpected plot turn on the class bully. He really isn't one, but he's been acting out. Book 2 is They Start a Club by Accident. They were disappointed to learn that a club did not refer to a club sandwich because they are always interested in food. Stuart has to join a club. His parents have insisted, so Salty has to stay after school too. Waldo and Sassy love this lunchroom, so Salty goes there to hang out. Soon they are joined by other students looking for something to do, and suddenly they have an impromptu club. What might students be interested in? They have to decide what their club is going to be about. Then I've read 4 of these, and I think there's a couple more by now. They go on a class trip. Yeah, one did actually bite the dinosaur bone. And then they are in a play. Silly fun, craziness. I think kids will like it. This is a sequel to George and the Stolen Sunny Spot from 2016, but it's not necessary to have read the first book in order to understand the second one. They explain enough. George, the orange cat in the center picture, continues to be frustrated with Felix since Felix does not see the need to patrol the farm and protect the animals. Felix is the gray cat on the edge there. When Emma, their person, brings home a box with chicks and 1 Muscovy duckling, George is baffled by her behavior. Who needs them? Unexpectedly, the duckling imprints on George and she follows him everywhere. But over time, George realizes the duckling, whom he calls Kid, is very good at patrolling and guarding. The coyote, Old Mangy, is on the edges of the farm and things come to a head soon enough. Good thing Kid is on the team. It's great fun, and that duckling is a hoot. I just laughed my way through this book. The Dormouse from Alice in Wonderland manages to escape from the endless tea party, and he ends up in New York City. His name is Bernard Pepperlin, and he finds a situation in the city that must be stopped before it completely happens. The Weasels, aka the Pork Pie Hat Gang, plan to stop time forever in New York so they can do whatever they want, whenever they want. Bernard and others are determined to stop them, but can they? Small does not mean unable. Step up and speak up when needed. Working together can accomplish many things, are all part of this book. Oh, this is fun too. When Melly, 9, and her friend Danny find a stinky, bedraggled cat behind the local pet food factory, Melly takes him home and names him Bert. Bert is unusual. He bites the head off of Melly's dolls. He doesn't like cat food, and soon they are calling him Zombert, since he seems like a zombie cat. This slightly spooky story is brief, but readers will learn that Zombert's mission is to save the other animals in the pet food factory. There's a bit of a cliffhanger ending, so there is going to be another book, hopefully, to help resolve these issues. More fun. This is a 2-book series as far as I know. It is set in Canada. Harvey, a Westie, gets out of the yard when his family is on vacation. He was after a squirrel. When he can't find his way home, he is found by Austin, a boy volunteers in a retirement home where his grandfather works. Harvey is the key to Mr. Pickering's past, which he shares with Austin during the afternoons. Mr. Pickering has always been grumpy and impatient, but remembering the past mellows him. Meanwhile, Maggie and her family return home, and she is devastated that Harvey is lost. She is determined to find him. Austin feels bad about not reporting Harvey as found, but he almost seems like Austin's dog now, and everyone at Braeside Retirement Villa loves Harvey, especially Mr. Pickering. This is about respect for others, caring for a dog. People have great stories inside them, and also about doing the right thing. Book 2, Maggie is in 7th grade and she signs up for volunteer hours at the retirement home where Austin also volunteers. She still hasn't forgiven him for keeping Harvey from her for a time, but she is beginning to see his point of view. Maggie connects with the new resident, Mrs. Fredette, who still drives her beloved 1958 Chevrolet Bel Air. Maggie loves hearing stories of Mrs. Fredette's past and how she wanted to repair cars with her grandfather, even though in the 1950s that just was not done. Maggie's 2 best friends at school don't understand her preference for visiting Braeside over the school's student leadership club. They are beginning to leave her out. This is, again, it's appreciating history, sharing stories, and again, doing what's right. Piper, almost 12, and her family have left Georgia and the home they could no longer afford, heading on the bus to a town several states away, with snow and mountains on the horizon. The state is not named. When they arrive, they find themselves signing into a homeless shelter for the time being. Piper loves dogs and would like one, and is intrigued by the love of a dog called Baby for his homeless owner, Ms. Jewel. Her parents are working hard, both helping at the shelter as required and looking for jobs. Piper soon makes friends and joins the shelter's Firefly troop, and she has a positive effect on others, while also investigating what happened to Miss Jewel. She has disappeared as far as they know. So this is about homelessness, caring for others, making the most of what you do have and staying hopeful. And also they find out what happened to Jewel, and they want to help her get to her sister in Idaho. This is a 3-book series. For her 11th birthday, Grammy lets Birdie choose a dog from the shelter. She picks a big one and she names him Bowser. These books are told from Bowser's point of view, and some of his thoughts are hilarious. In each book, they solve a mystery. In this one, it is who stole the prize stuffed marlin out of Grammy's bait and swamp tour shop and why. It's small town Louisiana on the bayou, some fun and interesting and unusual characters, a good mystery, and it's a good start to the 3-book series. Book 2 is ARF. Sorry, gotta turn the page. In this one, their mystery is who broke into Birdie and Grammy's house and why. When they can't figure out if nothing's missing, they can't find anything that's missing. So why would someone break into their house and then just leave? Not sure what the answer to that is. And book 3 is titled Bow Wow. I think they needed a 3rd one called Woof. No, what? Bark. What's the other one? I can't remember. Never mind. In this one, there is a report that a bull shark has made it up the bayou to the swamp, but Grammy says that is not possible. She knows her bayou animals. Is there one? And why does Mr. Kronik so badly want to catch or kill it that he put a bounty on it? Now there are crazy people everywhere killing anything they can get their hands on that's in the water. That might be the bull shark. And it's dangerous. Fun. The dog and girls connection is great. And Grammy is terrific too. This is set in Nebraska. It's a fictional Lexington, Nebraska, at least as far as the zoo goes. Lexington is 12 and she doesn't remember anything before the tornado came through Lexington, Nebraska, after which she was found with an elephant at the local zoo. Roger, the zoo trained specialist, took her in. This summer, she was about 5 then. This summer, for the first time, she and her best friend Fisher, son of some other zoo personnel, can learn to work with the elephants. Soon, the 2 of them are also quietly working to solve a mystery. What and where is the fortune that was hidden at the zoo many years ago? There's a bit of magic realism included. Lex sees the misplaced spirit of Miss Amanda, call her a ghost, but Miss Amanda prefers misplaced spirit, and talks with her to learn a bit about the fortune. And also mysteriously, the wind seems to talk to Lex too, to tell her things. There's a good sense of place. Lex is working through a few issues along with the mystery, and Lex is loved and cherished. This is one of 4 books so far that I encountered in the American Dog series. This is the only one I read. This one takes place in Texas. Dylan is 12 and he found a stray dog who fears loud noises. His mom has said no dogs, but Dylan is hoping for the best. A stroke of luck, just down the way is a ranch, and Hannah has agreed to help train Brave so Dylan can keep him. His best friend has started trying more dangerous stunts and he keeps bullying Dylan into joining in. Dylan can't quite stand up to him and he feels badly about some of the things they have done. This is about friendship, bullying, training a dog in pet ownership, and working hard. Dylan works really hard to help Brave get over his fear of noises. This one will just break your heart. Bella loved her family, the McBrides, and was always on her best behavior from her point of view. However, due to misinterpretations and misunderstandings, just before her first Christmas, Bella was taken to the pound. Heartbroken to learn she is unwanted, Bella struggles to rally for the upcoming adoption fair, where she may find a new family. It's a look at abandoned animals from the dog's point of view, and she tried so hard to be good. Oh, I love this book too. Cyrus is in 6th grade, and he was left by the firehouse door as a baby. He was taken in by Brooks Olson, the only firefighter who could calm him. His father is a well-respected fireman, and Cyrus is proud of him, but feels that he himself could never be brave like that. 11 years later, a puppy is left by the same door, and Cyrus knows it is his dog. It's gotta be his dog. But now the puppy is at the pound. So Cyrus skips football practice to help walk the dogs at the pound, one of them being the puppy. He makes friends with the girls who do this and thinks about how he and his other friends, who are major into tackle football, are no longer on the same page. Cyrus enjoyed flag football, but tackle is not for him. He is not brave like that. But lying to his father and the coach is not going to work for long. Everything's going to come to a head. It's a wonderful book. Oh, this is funny. Sorry. Full color graphic novel. Melly Bean digs a hole in the backyard and suddenly falls through it to another world. He encounters a very large orange creature and wants to play. Unfortunately, the large creature named Nara is almost constantly under attack by the king's soldiers. You can see him there in the background coming at him. Melly Bean's steady optimism helps Nara decide to find a way to end the conflict. It's a positive, do the right thing, upbeat story, and that picture of Melly Bean on the front, that is typical. Positive, upbeat, let's have fun, kind of a creature. Some nonfiction for grades 2 to 5 or so. This is a sequel to the 2019 Lesser Spotted Animals. So this title introduces lesser known animals again to the reader, other ones. 1 2-page spread for each with a few other animals on the page. Basic information about each animal is included, and this could send a reader off to research more information on a particular animal that they'd never heard of before. As School Library Journal says, a delightful and highly engaging work. It's great fun to flip through here and learn a few tidbits about some animal you didn't think, had no idea existed. Bringing Back the Wolves is also an ecology story. It was 70 years that Yellowstone National Park was without its apex predators. This title provides insight into the changes the park went through during those 70 years and how it has changed again once wolves were reintroduced. Each 2-page spread, well, really 3 pages, describes one of the 13 well-known animals by listing several features of it. The descriptions of features are usually in terms of inanimate objects such as marbles, a fire hose, fly paper, things like that. The reader is expected to guess the animal before opening the page-sized flap to see what it is. It's very entertaining and intriguing approach. The author notes that when explorers encountered unknown animals, they often describe the animal's features in terms of other better-known animals. Leaving the reader or listener to try to put the features together into a new creature is rather challenging. Of the 13, I knew 5 before I opened the page. I felt kind of devastated because I believe myself to be a good animal person. It's a new way to see animals, and you could challenge your students or patrons to try their hands at this kind of a description for other animals that aren't in this book. What are the features that would make this animal recognizable, and how would you describe it? It's entertaining. Each 2-page spread contains a file on one of 13 animals who are bandits, tricksters, deceivers, or spit on you when irritated. Don't worry, Detective X is on the case. It's upbeat, silly fun, still containing true information, and is sure to, again, attract animal readers. This is another series, True Tales of Rescue. There are 6 books altogether. I had a hold of and read 4 of them. Each title follows the same outline. You arrive at a facility and one of the animals there shows you around and introduces you to other animals and humans. The 4 steps each place follows is rescue, recovery, rehabilitation, and release if possible. It's good information on what animals need and how they are cared for at the facility. Choose the animal you believe your readers will go for if you just want 1 or 2 of the books. I do want to mention that the goat book, Go Goats, contains some basic information about veganism, as the people who run the facility are vegan. It is informative but not proselytizing, so it just lets you know what that is all about. Now, I only have a few teen titles, so I'm going to get done early. Sorry. Who knew? I must have been talking fast. Some fiction for younger teens. Lydia, 13, has just lost her mother, her father having left them 6 years ago. Now she is taken to rural Connecticut to live with her Aunt Brat and Brat's wife, Eileen. A rescue dog is added to the family a few days later, and this dog, Guffer, has problems. Is Lydia a problem too, she wonders? It's settling in and finding her place, caring for others, keeping some secrets for a while, adjusting to a new school. It's heartfelt and positive. It's another winner from the author. This is a full-color graphic novel, and this is quite unusual. 2 cats are looking for the door that opens into the lovely garden where they will never have to worry again. Beto is skeptical and explains that the door is just a kitten story. It doesn't really exist. But Scylla believes, and Beto follows along. It's entertaining as a basic story. They're looking for this, but another level is included in here. The author-illustrator encompasses famous works of art throughout the book, with the cats walking through them at times. She alters the paintings a little bit to fit the story, but each one is identified at the back of the book. It's beautiful and unusual, and it was also an award winner just this past month, but I can't remember. I forgot to look up to see what it was. It might have been top 10 graphic novels or something. Not sure. I have 2 scientists in the field book. You might have several scientists in the field books in your collection already. Condor Comeback is marked for grades 5 to 7, so it could work for upper elementary as well as teen. With only 25 California condors alive in the world, the decision was made to capture the last free-roaming birds and breed them in captivity. This book shows the progress made, how some condors still live in captivity and some now are flying free again, and the many threats to the survival of the California condor. The other book is about the Tasmanian devil, an overview of the efforts to study and support the wild and captive population of the Tasmanian devils. A new disease named devil facial tumor disease has been spreading across Tasmania. The author fills the reader in on what it is and what approaches humans have made to try to control or eradicate it. The author also notes that Tasmanian devils are not wildly unpredictable, but are rather like all animal species, gentle and loving of their young and willing to share, even if they look a little, aggressive. I have 1 book in the Fiction for Older Teens series. Adelaide, a summer before her senior year, is on academic probation at Alabaster Prep, where her father teaches. Her mother and brother, Toby, an opioid addict, are in Boston, where he is receiving treatment. Her summer job is to feed and walk several teachers' dogs, and they are away for the summer. She is stuck in place, trying to get motivated to finish her project, well, to start it really, for one class, and is recovering from being dumped by her boyfriend. And she continues to worry about her brother. The story is told via different realities. One encounter in each of 3 or more universes could be pleasant, or nothing occurred, or it could be a bad fight. You can begin to follow the different realities by the typeface that's used. They each have a different set of typeface, so you know it's this story or that story. Adelaide thinks on page 22, maybe our encounter was in another possible world, that is, in one of the countless other versions of our universe. It's intriguing. It's a slice of life. Here's where she is right now, taking responsibility of the dogs, her class, her relationships, or that lack thereof, caring about herself. So again, it's another intriguing story with a different approach. Thank you. I do have some series books or older titles attached to the end of the handout if that should be the one you got. But just to keep you up, like Fly Guy, of course, and other such animals that you might want to include. So I hope you found some books you want to add to your collection, and thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Yes, everybody's loving them, and I'm taking notes here too. I don't have a library, but I want to buy the books anyway because they look so fun. You're getting lots of thank yous in the chat.
I know which
And
one you'd want, Denise.
which one do I? Oh, the llama llama.
That
Mess, mess,
llama
mess.
one. Well, that
Yeah.
one and that llama with the alpaca.
I do want that one. I made a note of that one. Yep. Does anybody have any that they particularly thought they'd use for a program, or that they thought, oh, this one's perfect for this year? You can either put it in the chat or unmute yourself and hold it up to see if there's one there that somebody really liked that you had in your own collection. Looks lots of nonfiction animal books by Melissa Gish. Cindy from Holdridge just got, wait, no, just a minute. Chat jumped on me. It was Amanda from Franklin that got the Melissa Gish books last year.
I'll have to look for those because I didn't run across any of those. I did forget to mention that these are just the books I ran across, and I know there's so many more out there. So I'm glad you're asking for more people to share what they found as wonderful.
Amy cracks me up from Sutherland. She said she was adding books to her Amazon cart while you were talking, Sally, and she ended up with 50 books in her cart. Oops, she says. So yeah, you found some good ones. You say these are just the ones you ran across, but you really found some good ones this year because they do look like fun.
We have this book here that we'd like to share. This is a
Okay,
fun one.
Gail has one.
This we're doing some activity bags that we got funds for, and we have one on the Great Smoky Mountains with some little folk mantis puppets in it. And we also got this book, Who Pooped in the Park, which is about finding what kind of animals left different kinds of scat. And I recently learned, although it's not in this book, that wombats poop cubes. So that's a fun fact kids would enjoy.
I've heard that too, but I love that book. I'm going to have to go look at the library and see if they have it.
Yep.
Who's the author of that one, Wanda?
Steve Kemp, K-E-M-P.
K-E-M-P. Who pooped in the park?
Yep.
That's a question.
And you know, kids want to know.
Yes, they do.
Anything gross.
They love it. Wombats poop cubes. I'm trying to figure out how that works, but I just have to let it go because I can't figure it out.
On our news feed, I saw an article that says scientists have now figured out why wombats poop cubes, but it wasn't, I didn't look. I don't know how come. Now I'm never going to find it again.
It has to do something with how their intestines are.
Oh.
Is what I read. But yeah, I thought, what kid wouldn't just think that's a hoot that there's an animal that poops cubes?
Oh, they would think that was funny. Yeah.
A new aspect of the tails and tails.
Yes. I do want to point out, we're going to take a break here in just a bit, but if you, on your main screen, if you hover over near the top right corner, it should pop up with a view. And when you click on that, right now mine's on gallery view so that I can see everybody, but you can put up speaker view so that whoever's talking is who you will see on your main screen. And because I don't want you to miss out on anything that Jody's going to show later, or the sharing around the system time when different people will be talking, then it will automatically bring up whoever it is that's talking. So that might be helpful for you if you want to look around and look at the view and see if you can find speaker view. I can say it's on in my screen, it's on the upper right hand corner of the picture screen.
And sometimes you have to run your mouse over that area before the word view comes up. For me, it's just blank up there till I run my mouse, and then it says view.
Yep, it pops up. So, all righty. Well, if I'm going to try and stick to our agenda, so that means sometimes we'll have a little bit longer breaks and sometimes we'll have a little bit shorter breaks because it's hard to know how things are going to go. So it looks like the bookmark extravaganza starts at 11:20, which means we have about 18 minutes for a break. So you can get up and walk around and look out a window and call your kids or whatever you need to do. And we will be back live at 11:20. I'm going to leave this up and running, but you can shut off your picture if you want to. I am going to pause the recording. And we're back. Okay, it is time for, I'm looking for my bag. Oh, bookmark extravaganza. Yeah, bookmark extravaganza. Oh my gosh, we found so many bookmarks that we thought would be just perfect with this program that we couldn't pass up. So we decided to have a little section on bookmarks. So it's in your bag. It's in your drawstring bag. The plastic one, not the. The first one that I wanted to highlight is this little one. It's for younger kids because the animals on it look like they're for younger kids. And everybody has different ones, but I like it because it's actually a little ruler. If you look at it this way, or this way, see, I got to do it right. It's a little ruler across the top. And we're actually in our full steam ahead February going to have a STEAM activity involving rulers. So if you decide to get these for your summer reading, you could save that STEAM activity and do it later and have a passive program with our measuring full steam ahead. So that one was a good one. The two things. Now this one, it's in your goodie bag list. It tells you how to get these. These are Demco products, but it's a really cool how to draw. And so on the front, it's the lion, how to draw a lion. So when you turn it around back, it gives the kids love how to draw books. I can't tell you how many of those I checked out and checked back in. There's 6 different ones. There's a bear and the squirrel, and they're fairly detailed drawings when you get done. So I really feel like these are.
Denise, you're cutting in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's whenever I move, I have to sit really still.
Yeah.
But it's a detailed drawing when you get done. There's 6 of them. And so I do think this, if you decide to go with the Demco and order these, let me see what I've got. I've got a frog, a dolphin, an elephant, a zebra, a lion, a bear, and a squirrel.
I think there's 8 actually.
Oh, okay. I had 6 on here, but anyway, you could have them, you could have your teens, since they're so terrific at social media, you could have a social media activity where they come and get a bookmark or 2 from you, and then they do the drawing, and then they post it to their Instagram account and tag the library. Or you could do an in-person program where they all go through and do a drawing while they're there. So like I say, these are from Demco, and they are listed on the the goodie bag list. Okay, then the next one, this one, there's a whole bunch of them. So we thought a scavenger hunt activity you could do around town. You could post pictures in store windows or do something in the park, but they're bookmarks, but it's did you know kind of bookmarks. It's kind of like the wombat idea. You know, did you know? And then there's several things about ostriches on the back of this one. And then, but they're really, really nice pictures. This one's my favorite. It's about llamas. It says, did you know that llamas communicate using a variety of sounds, the most common being a humming sound? They do, they buzz like a bumblebee. But anyway, there's all kinds of animals here. Some from the ocean and some that are local, like did you know about skunks? And some that you won't find anywhere around here unless you go to the zoo. Camels can weigh 880 to 2,200 pounds. And they have 3 eyelids on each eye. So these are really cool bookmarks for kids that love those animal facts. My 9-year-old grandson right now is hilarious. He's always coming up with some kind of a crazy fact to impress me. So another one that we got is in a little pouch in your bag. It's a scratcher. It has the ribbon and the scratch and then the bookmark. And Autumn's going to show you how you can use those.
So they can do a variety of different things with them. This one, it was a little lamb. So I just put a little Baba black sheep, have you any wool? Or as my daughter used to say, have you any woof? When she was little. Or they can just take a little scratcher and scratch their name into it. If they just want to make their name, you can do that. Got to get the right scratcher. You guys have the right scratcher. So you guys go ahead and use yours and come up with some designs here and we'll show everyone as we're talking.
Oh, Autumn wants you to scratch along.
Yes. They're not scratch and sniff though. Sorry. But they're scratching pretty rainbow.
It's a rainbow in behind it. And they were really reasonable. I was surprised at how reasonable a lot of the things were.
So you can do
Those
your
were
name
20,
in them.
yeah, just 23 cents a piece on the scratch bookmark.
And they come all cute with they each come with a little stick, a little ribbon that goes up through the top of it here. And then in the little plastic bag. So they all came nice. They're nice to hand out that way. Let's see what you guys have come up with. Where do you get the scratcher? Did you get one in your bag, Jeannie?
Yeah, we should have sent you a scratcher with each one.
The scratchers all come with the bookmarks. I can't remember. I can't remember. It didn't come with enough scratchers for, we were giving one to every person in your goodie bag, but if you were doing like 4 or 5 per child, then they'd have enough, probably enough, use the same scratcher for everyone. That's on our list. It's the Amazon, I think, is where we got those.
Mhm. It
Is
is. Yep. Those are the ones that were 23 cents a piece from Amazon.
Yeah. Hey, let's see yours, Deb. You did a little kitty cat. Meow.
Cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, it says meow, hiss, growl.
That sounds about like a cat. You never know. What are some other ones? Hold yours up if you get yours done.
Here's mine.
Hey,
It's-
Michelle. Oh, there's
Barb.
Barb's.
It's a bear. And I said, give me a bear hug, please.
Very cute. Good job, kids. I mean, they can go as extensive as they want, or they can go like on the little sheep. I just went all the way around the edge and put a little border around it and then traced around its little head. Just to give
Amanda
her
was
some
showing
color.
us hers too.
Oh yeah, let's see, Amanda. Yeah,
I just did my name.
yeah. Very cute. Show them what else we got in our bags there, Denise.
Alrighty. Another thing that we actually ordered is origami. Kids seem to like origami. And these are different animals. We have, and on the back, what's nice about it is on the back, there are instructions. And on the front, it gives you how to fold. So there's a fox and a bird. There's the bird. And a penguin. And a frog. So these are, and there's others too in there. It was a whole
Yep.
assortment.
There's the turtle. There's a rabbit. There's a butterfly. And then there is a whale, but I already folded him. So I would say those are probably more 10 and up.
They're a
Unless,
little bit more complex so that's why Autumn's saying that. But what's really nice is the manual, the summer reading program manual that you got, the flash drive from Sally. And if for some reason you did not get the flash drive, you need to let us know, because I know Sally has extras that she can give out. Isn't that right, Sally?
Yes, it is. And yes, I do have some.
So if you did not get your flash drive, be sure and let us know, because there are so many ideas in those. And this is one. These corner bookmarks came out of the manual, and there are quite a number of them. And I'm going to let Autumn show those to you, because she went along and folded them all. And we gave you in your packet, in that bookmark extravaganza bag, we gave one copy of each one of them.
Yeah, so in your baggie, your bookmark extravaganza baggie, you'll have a packet of them, and there's one of each one. So go ahead and pick out whichever one you want to do right now. And what you'll do is just cut right around the square, whichever one you're doing. And then you'll fold it in half, and I can pull up, do I have screen share? Yeah, I do. Let me pull up the instructions here. Take me a second here. All right, let me put my screen on here. Everyone see it okay? So the first thing, you cut out your square. Then you fold it in half, like you've got the eyes there. Then you fold it in half the other way. Then you fold the four corners there. So you got your one like this, and then you fold your eyes up at an angle. Been so long, I forgot how to do it, Denise. No. And then you fold the other eye up. So then you just you have a square with your two pieces like that. Then you take this flap and you fold it around the first. I'll move this back up. So back here, you fold this little flap down at the back. Then you put your corner pieces back around your little eyeballs. And that piece gets tucked in right in here, like that. And same for the other side.
You think?
What was that? It
You're
should
sure
go.
about that? Okay.
Yep. Then it goes in there like that, and it's got a little pocket in here. And
Yeah.
that's the part that'll clip on to your bookmark. And there's also a little piece that I don't know if you've seen yet. You see, that'll go just like that on the corner of your book and hold your page. But if you notice down at the bottom of your instruction, there's also a little piece down here. And so whichever one you decide to do, your chicken, your skunk, any of them, they all have little ears. So like there is the teddy bear. He's super cute. We've got the fox. He's really cute. You just cut around the ears and then just glue it on with a little glue stick. And of course, here's your owl, my favorite. Then we have the little raccoon. He's so cute. Little bunny rabbit with the big ears. The little skunk is here. And then of course the little baby chick, because chick days are coming up.
Well, and I was mistaken. I thought those came out of the manual, but when I look at that, it came from a website that it's called It's Always Autumn, which I thought was really appropriate.
Ironic. It's
Yeah.
actually in the manual.
It's in the manual too?
It is in the manual. Yep.
Oh, okay. So but they give you the folding instructions are at the website that's on the page there. So
Yeah.
on each of the and you don't cut it up when you cut out the square. You always have the website for the folding instructions.
Yes.
But I didn't realize that I had said it came out of the manual, and then I was afraid that I was giving them bad information here. But no, it's in the manual. It sends you to this website. What we did was copy it. And yes, someone in the chat asked, can we color copy these? And these you certainly can color copy, because that's what we did to send them to you. And obviously, there's no restriction. If they put it in the manual, there wouldn't be any restriction in color copying them.
Yeah, and I
So
can give you, it is on page 38 under the Bookish Beasts, page 38 and 39. 39 has the web resources, and that's where the Woodland Creature Corner bookmark tutorial, it's got the link right there. And then on her website, It's Always Autumn, she has a lot of different ones that you can choose from.
okay, and so
then-
we just did a selection.
Yep, and then there's other websites as well. We just picked this one.
Uh-oh. Jill says the URL is, she's having a problem getting it to work.
I
So,
The instruction one, I couldn't get that one to work either, so I just Googled It's Always Autumn folding instructions, and it came up. But I
Yeah,
know the manual, the website that's in the manual, you click on it and it takes you right to it.
yeah, because I'm looking at your screen. It says it's alwaysautumn.com/DIY-origami-bookmarks.
Yep. And then if you scroll down, that's where you will find them. She's, got her instructions and everything, but down here, a little bit farther.
There we go. Jeannie put it in the chat, the one that's on Autumn's screen right now.
So here's where she's got all of hers. You've got the fox, the skunk, the bear, the bunny, the owl, the chick, and the raccoon.
Yeah, your screen didn't move for some reason. I don't know. It didn't change on mine.
Oh.
I'm still looking at the number 8 of the fox. That's strange. It says I'm viewing your screen.
Okay, let's see if I do it this way. Is it moving now?
Nope. Not on my computer anyway. I don't know anybody else.
Not on mine.
Mine hasn't moved either. I'm still on number 7 and 8 of the box.
Okay.
Well,
So it's having a little spell there. But we can, the It's Always Autumn came out of the manual from the summer reading people. So yes, I would say if you want to color copy those, the reason they let you do that is because her name is on it. And so she is receiving credit for it. Yeah, Zoom must have glitched a little bit for us there.
are we back to the main screen now?
Well, we're back to where you stopped sharing.
Okay.
We're back on our gallery or our speaker screen. Yeah, we're going back into sharing. There, now it's moving.
Okay. So down, that was a suggestion from someone in the chat. So thank you.
Stephanie knows about Zoom, obviously, better than we do.
So,
This is
yep, it's just got
all new and different.
directions.
And once you do it a few times, I think it'll be okay. And I think this one will work better for kind of the intermediate crowd, you know, that 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe. And then the one that you pay for, if you do want to purchase the ones that we put in there, those origami ones, then those are actually would be a good teen passive program. Those are a little more complex. Again, you could tell them to take a picture and put it on your Facebook page or on their own Facebook page and just make sure they tag you. So we can use that social media to the best of our advantage. My drawing skills, we could have a drawing competition and look at those drawing bookmarks, but my drawing skills are terrible, so I'm not willing to do that. But yeah, we do have, we just wanted to make sure that you had some samples of things. A lot of them, it was a combination of Amazon and Demco. So if you have any coupons through Demco, maybe you can get a good deal on those bookmarks. We just felt like it was something that you could use either for just a handout, or it could be actually a program where you do a draw along with me. If you're really good at drawing, that'd be amazing. I'd love to see the video of that, and we would post it, trust me. And you could do, or you could do take it home and draw it and put it up on your page, then on your Facebook page.
Or even you could do like a weekly one if they complete so many books, or, you know, they could pick up one of these every week during the summer reading or something.
Right? That would be a good way to do.
Do we have to sign up to the, to the website in order for us to be able to print them, or to be able to see the steps to make them?
I don't believe so, because I just went here.
They put the link in the
manual.
Down here in the chat. The It's Always Autumn link is there.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I have my scratch bookmark done.
Do you? Let's see, Gail.
Can you see it?
Yeah, little teddy bear.
Well, it's actually a mouse, and it says, "Where's the cheese?"
Yeah, I see it down there. Very cute.
And there's the owl.
Love it. We got lots of owls around. What's you guys' favorite? Type in the chat what your favorite animal is on these. Which one you think's the cutest? The skunk. He is cute. I'm glad I don't have to smell him. Have any of you ventured out to try one of the big origami ones? The pre-printed ones? If you have, let's see those too.
These, are you talking about these, Autumn?
Yes.
The ones that, it's a slick piece of paper. I've got, somebody says she's in the waiting room, but I can't find her.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there, I found her.
Oh, Stephanie, I bet those were cute. Little shark ones for Shark Week. Did you sing the baby shark song? Gotcha. All right. Anybody have any trouble? They need some help walking through it? Got it.
Jeannie does not like Shark Week, apparently. I know virtual summer reading last year was not the same. Oh, the Baby Shark song, not Shark Week in general. You just can't sing the song when you go to Jeannie's house. Yeah, virtual summer reading is not the same, and I get that, and that's why I struggled with trying to decide what to do with this program. Is should we have it virtually? Should we try and get together? But again, I don't think we're quite ready to get together, but maybe by summer you'll be able to do some live programming outside. Try the park. If you have a big meeting room, take advantage of it. And you might have to do more than one activity, do the same activity more than once, because if you sign people up and you have room with social distancing for 12, then maybe do it a couple of times. I know for some libraries that's not possible where you would get hundreds. I don't know. We're just going to have to go with what is acceptable in your community. If your parents will bring the kids, then that's what it'll amount to, is whether or not they'll bring the children and let them be there. And how comfortable the staff is with providing that type of programming. So everybody's crafting away on their bookmarks. We're just a few minutes until 12. I know we were going to start the share time at 12:05.
Ooh, Diane's got one. Her little bookmark's done. They're so cute.
This is an idea from Annie at Gibbon. They're actually breaking the age groups down. Oh, there's a fox.
I love it. Juanita.
Yep, Juanita and Peggy had one, and Jody had
Jody's
one,
got the raccoon.
and Peggy had
trash
the owl, it
panda.
looked like. But anyway, in Gibbon, they're breaking down the age groups even more. So instead of saying ages 5 to 9, they're doing the 5 and 6-year-olds and the 7 and 8-year-olds, you know, trying to break the groups down. They're doing the same activities with some of them, but then they can have multiple at times and less children at each time. That's a great idea, Annie. I wouldn't have thought of that. And you're going to try and have them outside, which is also something that a lot of people are talking about this year, is what can we do outside? So yeah, we had quite a few fun bookmarks, and like I say, that one came out of the manual. Not all of them are ones that we had to buy. That scratcher one we did purchase. So something to think about. And we didn't have quite enough scratchers to send all of you. So we went to our trusty Dollar Tree and got some skewers. And Autumn busily used the sanding paper or a sanding block, I don't remember which, but she sanded off the really sharp point so that everyone could have a scratcher to work with. So that's something to think about. Yeah, in Cozad, they did Going on a Bear Hunt. You know, that song, and that you go walking around. They did that a couple of years ago outside, and the kids really loved it. The littles, that's a great one. The Going on a Bear Hunt is a terrific one. So something to think about anyway. So let's take I know we just had a break, but I want everybody who is going to share, because we need to have people give us a few ideas before lunch. Then we're going to have a ton of ideas after lunch. But if you have any ideas that you want to share with the whole group, we are inviting everyone to do that. If you have any handouts that go along with your share, we're glad to send those out. I've already received an email from Jackie Steffen at the extension office. And so I will be sending out, when we get the recording, we will send out Jackie's PowerPoint. And then she said in her message to me that as soon as they're finished getting that stuff up on their website, she will send me the links so I can send them out to everyone. So the extension office stuff will be coming soon. All righty, that now Denise talks again. So that takes our break down to 7 minutes instead of 10. So if you want to just hold on for a bit, at 12:05, we will be sharing. Gather your stuff. We want to see it. All right, it's 12:05. Time to fire it up again. And we did have Jenny told me, I didn't realize this about going on a bear hunt. They had somebody dress up like a bear. And I didn't know that. I bet that was a blast. Now we've had questions about, okay, so you're planning an outdoor program. What are you going to do if it's bad weather? You know, believe me, this year, things you never thought would happen. So do you have a bad weather plan and like a community building or a big enough room? Or it says Annie and Gibbon says if we had to, we could have them inside a big enough meeting room, holds a fair amount of people so they can really spread them out. But that's the question. Okay, so yeah, it's just like an outdoor wedding. You know, what are you going to do if it rains? What are you going to do if the wind is blowing so blasted hard you can't stay on your chair? And it's Nebraska, so yes, indeed, it will blow that hard. It did just the other day, 60 mile an hour. But yeah, so okay, could have it in the Legion because that's big enough. Think about that. What buildings in town are big enough that you could spread kids out in? How would that work? What could you do? Then check on it. Like the Legion, check on it and say, when you're planning your date, say, hey, if the weather's bad, could we pop in there? So something to think about. It's definitely one of those things that comes up for sure. Because at this point in my life, I never thought I would be this way, honestly. But at this point in my life, I'm thinking anything that can go wrong will. And so you do have to have a contingency plan. And right, if it's something educational, the buildings that normally would charge may not. Because it's for the library. I mean, we have a lot of goodwill built up around the community. Rescheduling is another option. If the weather's bad, you may want to reschedule like we did. I didn't want to, believe me, but we had to. So rescheduling is definitely an option. But now what we want to do, if anybody needs to share their screen, you're welcome to do so. But we want to find out what kind of activities you're going to do and if you'll share them with us. If you've already been thinking about it, what do you have lined up? What are you thinking? All right, let me look here. Yeah, prepare for the worst. Think of everything that could go wrong. But there is a community room in Barbstown, Axtell, and she's going to plan on using that, but might have to schedule something outside in the park. And she bought some stuff from Oriental Trade. Barb, go ahead and show us what you got from Oriental Trade.
I got these little things. They're cotton and they can color them or paint them or put glitter on them. And then I thought maybe I could stick a bag of maybe goldfish or something in them to pass out. They had these little animals that are glittery and they all have tails. So I thought, you know, that just fit in with the animal theme. And then also the stamps. They have all kinds of stamps with animals, zebras and tigers and giraffes and elephants and tigers and monkeys, lions. So those I'm going to utilize in the programming also. And our famous Dollar Tree store, I got this banner that has the different dinosaurs on. I thought I'd use that in decorations. So that was some of my fun things I ran across.
Thank you, Barb. You're right. The Oriental trading is so reasonable too. So if that's the thing you can double check those stampers. You might be able to get one to use it in a program and then let everybody take one home so you don't end up with stampers in your storage room.
Right.
That's terrific that you found both decorations and program things and handouts. Okay, what else do we have? Who else has something to share?
Denise, I have some ideas.
Yes, Deb, what you got?
Well, I went to the Dollar Tree and I found these little wooden animal cutouts. You get 6 if they're like zoo animals, or I found dinosaurs that are 10 in a package for $1. And I bought the magnets to go behind them so they can make refrigerator magnets. They can color these with their markers, whatever they want to color them with, and have a little character there. And then we ordered online the silicone mold, and we have hippopotamus, lions, bears on this one. We have owls, frogs, and squirrels on this one. And they're pretty deep, but I'm not going to fill them quite that deep, but they'll have plaster characters to paint. We're going to buy the unfilled paint caps and put our own temper paint in, and buy some cheap paint brushes and put it with it for a kit.
What a great
Okay,
idea,
so-
Deb.
Yeah, it's going to be plaster of Paris then that you
Yes.
put in.
Yes.
Okay,
That's it. My
perfect.
sharing.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you've got some. I do love the Dollar Tree, you know that. So what else does anybody have?
I have something if you want me to now.
Sure, Deb, that'd be great.
Okay. Okay, is this working? Can you
Yeah.
see? Okay. Last summer for the theme we had, I bought Fun Dip, and we were going to give them for incentives at different reading increments or events or things, and they still haven't expired. So I renamed them Possum for the pun on possum powder. And we're going to give the Fun Dip out, and you can get those pretty cheap in packages of 48. So thought that would be a fun, inexpensive giveaway. And then because we're having a little bit of trouble trying to figure out the same thing everyone is with virtual or on-site and kind of things, I thought maybe a pet store that they could earn cash. So we named it Petty Cash, if you can see that. And then they would just collect the cash and then have different days that we would open the pet store, and then they could come and shop, and the different things we buy at Rhode Island or Oriental Trading or things from CSLP, then we would sell. And that would be a way to not have all the kids at once. They could have times that they could come in and redeem their petty cash. So that's another idea. And then years ago, I think this was way back when we had kind of a theater theme. We named them Bravo Bucks, but I thought we could rename ours like Wombat Bucks or Buffalo Bucks or Bat Bucks or something, and the same kind of thing, Bunny Money, something like that. Then the same thing that they could redeem it for incentives and prizes. And then another thing, I've been around so long, you recycle ideas, but years ago, the state of Nebraska's theme was Paws and Claws. And during that summer, I got a local teacher's corner to donate a really large, gorgeous stuffed animal. And then the children, when they registered, each got to sign up for that. And then one child won that stuffed animal. And we did kind of a spin-off idea of naming one of the animals, one of the stuffed animals. They would decide what the name was. And then I think I had our library board members select the winner, and then that child that named the pet, it decorated the library for the summer, and then at the end of the summer, the pet whose child, guessed the winning name got to take the pet home. So that was another idea. And then we usually have an event at our local zoo in Scottsbluff, and I'm sure we will do that again. And so I thought a scavenger hunt would be perfect for this summer with some of the animals at the zoo. And then when they bring it back with the stamp, all of them stamped or marked or stickered, then they would receive something. And the nice idea with the zoo for us was last summer, since we went virtual, they were given a coupon in their initial packet that we gave out, and they could visit the zoo anytime they wanted. So this would be something that they could do independently if we don't have our event at the zoo when they all come on the same day, which is what we had always done in the past till last year. So what we at Scottsbluff, Elaine and I are trying to find ways that we've got kind of 2 or 3 ways to go. And believe me, we're not very far along, but we're trying to think of things that we can either do on site if the vaccine comes through, things we can do virtually, totally, like I did last summer, and then things that are a combination with some outdoor events in the park, just praying that will work. We've booked one of the Crane River Theater has never come as far west, and they're coming. So we're really, really hoping that outdoor park event will be allowed by our city, because we want at least that to go. So those are kind of my ideas. And then one thing that just came to mind this morning, because we love these workshops, when the extension people were talking, and then Denise, you were talking about the game and parks. We've had events out in our park in front of the library that the children kind of like a fair. You just go booth to booth. So we thought, having different stations that they could visit, like our Humane Society and our zoo and game and parks and the extension, and just have them be able to go from site to site. And that would allow for social distancing as well, if we had them kind of in different, enough spread out that they could visit those and we'd still be safe. So those are kind of ideas that we've got. And boy, are we up in the air, as well as all of you. Trying to think 3 ways for everything is about to drive us crazy. So appreciate your input from all of you.
Well, thank you, Deb. And in the chat, people are saying, yeah, we're going to steal your ideas because children love to shop. What a great idea to give them possum, or to get them bunny money, or let them earn that as they read, and then let them shop and pick out their own the incentives that they want to have. And I'm thinking, I don't know what the theme of the Crane Rivers production is this year.
Cinderella this year.
Yes. It's left over from last year.
Right.
Oh, it's left over from last year, but Crane River's great no matter what.
Oh, they're going to be wonderful. We're thrilled.
And the question is, how do they earn the bucks? It's by reading, right? They read so many books or minutes.
Yes, we've always done everything by reading incentives, and we keep track. So when they get to a certain, like if it's 5 books or however we do it, then that would give them one of the petty cash, money, and then they kept them. And then we had different days of the week. I remember one year I had it kind of weekly on a certain time. And then sometimes we waited more to the end so they could collect more money and have their bucks saved up. So yeah, that's how we do it. But it could be anything. If you do minutes, or if you do attending events, or any way you wanted them to earn the money.
It could be some of everything too.
Right.
And I love the idea of having kind of a fair type thing where you have booths. And I'm thinking, if the Humane Society plays their cards right, and they had the cute little puppies and kitties out there, they would be getting some adoptions happening. That
exactly.
Little children and puppies, come on, that's perfect. They would love it. So yeah, and we don't have a zoo close by. We either have to come to Scottsbluff or go to Omaha.
We'd welcome you.
So yeah, that's those are great ideas. And what about, as anybody else? We still have time for sharing. What else are people doing?
Denise, I was just going to remind people to make sure you check the clearance section of Oriental Trading and those kind of places, because I found cute little lizards that were super, super cheap on the clearance. And then some little llamas that we could give out as little prizes. And they also had these coins. They had sea ones and animal ones. And they're just little play coins, but they have their animal face on one side and their animal rear end on the other side for heads and tails. And they were super cheap too in the clearance. And we thought, you know, we could play animal bingo or tic-tac-toe. And then they can keep them and take them home with them. So.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's great. And if you want to replicate Deb's store idea, maybe you can get the coins that Wanda found and have the store.
Yep.
But yeah, clearance. Oriental Trade is cheap. Try Oriental Trading clearance. That's a great idea, Wanda. Thanks for reminding us of that. I've got somebody in the waiting room. I gotta pay attention here. People are kind of coming and going. Yeah, that's how you ended up with the Chihuahua. Took the child and they saw the puppy. Yep. But how about anybody else? We still have some time left. Any more sharing?
Well, for the month of December, we did piñatas here. We have a lady who does an amazing job, and she's very supportive of the public library here in Lexington. So this December, she donated about 25 piñatas. She just donated the kind of like, we did an ornament, and then we did a candy cane, and we just did them, and then we sent the families with the instructions. We did videos on Facebook, and we sent all the material home, and they did it at home. So just come up my idea about, when Deb mentioned the store, about maybe asking her if she will be willing to, maybe we can buy a couple of them, and if she will donate it, another one or maybe two, and then just enter families into a drawing. And then, the more they participate, we can give them, like at the end of the summer reading, get names of the drawing, and then just giving them away. The kids and the parents love that activity. We had a lot of positive feedback. Like I say, we did 25 piñatas, then we sent home during the month of December for them. And I still have one of the patrons. They come often to grab books, and they say the mom told us then the children's birthday is going to be on February 19, and they are going to use that piñata on his birthday party. So she's going to take pictures and then share it with us, so that way we can see, how fun they had with those piñatas at home.
Well, that's terrific. Yeah, that where you can get the family involved is always good. And that's, kids love piñatas. They do. We had one, I think it was my daughter was turning 6, and we had a piñata for her birthday party. So it was fun. Yeah. So remember to keep in mind in the community, people who have been supportive and who have donated things. Or the talents that people have. And it's great to go out and ask. We've had other things like that in the past too, that if someone in the community has a particular talent, you can ask them to share that with the library. Okay. Let's see. Michael's has clearance now too, Jeannie says. Yeah, they have lots of stuff that it's good to check that clearance bin. Okay. Any more shares? We still have about 5 minutes left. If anybody wants to share something, we can. They're all great ideas. I see everybody madly writing things down so that they can remember all of those ideas as the time goes on. Okay. I'm not picking up anything. I don't see anybody else. I think for lunch, I mean, if you want to, we had a problem with the computer that went to sleep and then it was hard to get back in. And so, I mean, if you want to log out, I'm going to leave this open. I'll stop the recording and leave it open so you can join, and then I can just bring you back in from the waiting room. Or if you want to stay, go ahead and stay. Just, you can shut off your camera if you want, or I'll watch you eat lunch. You know how that goes. It doesn't matter. So
Or
however you want to do
visit-
it.
Visit back and forth with each other too and catch up.
Yeah, if you want to, we'll leave, because I'm going to leave this up. So if you see somebody that you want to touch base with, unmute yourself and give them a holler. Okay? But I am going to shut off the recording, and we are due back at 1 o'clock, and it's Jody time. All right, 1 o'clock. And we're back. We hope everybody had something yummy for lunch. That was one sad thing for me, as I couldn't buy everybody lunch. But hopefully you treated yourself to something good.
No good soups this year.
No, no good soup. Maybe they made one themselves. But all right, everybody's getting back. I'm double checking. Now I know where to look for the waiting room when it doesn't pop up for me. I don't see anybody stuck in the waiting room. So that's good, because that's miserable. So I think, all right, so Stephanie from Oxford and Orleans says, did we know that Oriental Trading has free activity ideas to go with some of their crafts? And she found some cute African animal ones. That Oriental Trading, you know, that's a Nebraska company. And they do have lots of goodies, and they're inexpensive, and even some that are free, obviously. So, okay, well, let Jody get started. Are you ready, Jody? Jody's the director and crafter extraordinaire from McCook, and she has thousands of ideas. So she's going to share just a few with us.
Can't you hear me? Can you hear me? No. Yes, yes. You can see me, but can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? No? Yes? Yes?
Yeah.
Nobody's talking now. Okay. Okay, good. All right. I don't know how this is gonna work. I like it in person better. I like my free lunch that I normally get, my breakfast snacks, et cetera, but no Eileen's cookies today. I'll have to wait till next time. I do want to introduce my helper today, who's going to be coming from the side here. So my right-hand helper today is going to be Tracy. There's her hand. That's all you get to see of her. Oh, I don't like that one. Okay, behind me, I designed this beautiful miniature bulletin board that's been sitting behind me for about a month now, and I'm ready to go. And it's backwards to you guys. It says tails and tails. And up at the top, let me tilt here. We got our leopard and our snake and our toucan and my shark floaties on the wall. And down in the corner, we got our tall tails. I got to the other side. Now we got our chameleon and our pretty frog, and of course the Aki spider. He's over there. And our monkey swinging. So we can, she can't hear me. That's the surprising that nobody can hear me. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you,
Oh, you
Jody,
can hear me.
when you're talking directly at the computer. When you get to the side, it's a little harder.
And that's my Denise impression. When I
You're
go
doing
to the
great.
side. Okay. All right, we're just gonna do a lot of show and tell. I do have a couple crafts, but kind of watching you guys, I like it when a craft comes on, everybody's screen goes black. So I'm not sure how that's gonna work or where you're going when it's craft time, but we'll see what we can do. So in your packets that I sent you, in your brown envelopes, we have several things. We have a line, just some things for you to print off and do. If I can get the papers apart. We have a lion, and it's backwards. A lion and a mouse matching game that you could print off and make it bigger. I sent you a color page. And then we have, I think I have a big one of this one. Then we have some, if you need to do some exercises, we got some big 7-minute workout here with some different animals that are involved in it. You can do the gorilla shuffle. Not gonna happen, I'd never get up. You can do the frog jump, some starfish jumps, cheetah runs, crab walks, some elephant stomps. If you wanted to take this outside and make a path around your library with different things they could do, you could involve that into that. Next, we have a mix and match. And I went to my local, I don't have any idea what we're doing here. That's all right, hand me those. That's good. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Yeah. We have a cube that I had somebody that had a daycare front to me, and it's got different, I just put different pictures of different animals on it. Dog and a snake and whatever. And this is a question that you could ask them. What do you do with your tail? And you could roll it, and the kids would have to do whatever that animal does with their tail. And stuff like that. Oh, there's a squirrel, what they do with different tails. And that one you could do inside or out. You could make a great big one out of a cardboard box, or just a little plastic one that's got little sleeves in it that somebody gave me. We have a pizza box that I borrowed from one of the pizza places in town. And you could do just one piece or two pieces. I just have them all in here and they're all gonna fall out. And I just put a piece of felt in it. And you can do mix and match with heads and tails. Heads are on one side, tails on the other side. And you could put them up. They could play. This would be something they could play by themselves while they were in the library if you're letting them in. Or if not. What are we on now? We're at that. Okay, and I see on our puppets, we have one of these strange fish animal things. Axolotl, whatever he's called. However you pronounce it.
Axolotl.
Axolotl. So he waddles like an axolotl. Hey, okay. Anyhow, so I printed off some stuff, and some of this stuff is in your manual. Find the axolotl and stuff. You could hide this around your library. Pictures of him with different clues, and find them, and they could fill it out and they could turn it in for a reward or just for fun. I did include the answer key for you, so you don't make sure you know. Here I just glossied them so you could see this is what you could hang up around your library, and it gives a little facts about them to find each one. Fun fact, you bring them up. And I think there's 3, 4 of them, but tells a little bit about each one of these little creatures and stuff. And that could be a game they could play, or you could also play it outside and they could go around the library to find the different things too. Little bit older kids, there is the same thing. This is kind of a true and false. So you could put up true and false, give them a answer sheet, and they could go around the library or around the building outside and have them guess what they think is true or false, and either give out prizes or just something for them to do and turn them in. So you could do that with the axolotl. Done? Oh, not done. Thought we were going to be really short of time, Denise. If you wanted to do something with animal patterns and stuff, you could go, okay, what animal has this pattern? And it's a tiger. Or you could go, what pattern is this? And that is a starfish. So you could do those around the library once again, or outside. And they'd have to figure out what the pattern is to the creature. Ladybug. You have a goldfish for scales. You have turtle. This one would probably be an easy one. Zebra. That's my shirt in disguise today. Giraffe. Giraffe. Oh, here, this one. That is a snake. And then this one, peacock feathers. So you could do all sorts of animals with that, and they'd have to match up. You could make it a game, a quiz, figure out the answers, turn it in, find a book to go with each one, whatever you wanted to do that way. We talked about in one of our other sessions or something, the pet thing. And Denise was concerned about having all the dogs in one place at one time, edible and stuff. So maybe you could have, we have a lady that does run a kennel here that has trained dogs. We might have her come and do some things out in the parking lot. The 4-H group, I know the 4-H group has dog training or obedient things. So maybe that would be a contact to have. Maybe they could come and run their dogs through what they do before they do their 4-H show. If you wanted to have something at the library, but not animals in person, maybe they could take a picture of their animal and send it to the library or drop it off, or they could color a picture of their animal, and then you could have pet parade. Then you could have a contest just from the pictures in the library that people could vote for. So you could vote for your favorite pet. I think in your manual, there's my ribbons. They have cutest, there's some little forms I think that are in there already. Cutest, smallest, furriest, longest tail, fluffiest tail, whatever. So you could come up with lots and lots of different ideas for that one without having the animals on site if you didn't want to do that. I did find a couple games in my travels. If you just need something for some kids to sit down, this one's called Crocodile Dinner. And apparently he's gonna, you put the croc, if you can see it close enough, you put the crocodile mouse on right here. You strap these crocodiles to the kids' faces, and then they're gonna eat the goldfish, I take it. So that might be fun just for a very, very small group, I believe. And we have one with our other end of the tail, our tall tails, and this is a tall one, and it includes a bunch of cards and figures and stuff, so they can make up their, they draw a card and then they can, that's the start of their story, and they can make up their own story. So maybe a little bit with the older kids on this one so they can tell a tall tale. I'm turning the page. Okay. Now, gonna get into some handiwork here, some things to give you some ideas if it's something you want to make or not make. We're gonna start out with, in honor of Sally, the legend of the beaver's tail and stuff, what you do with the beaver's tail and how the beaver got his tail and what he does with it. So we have a beaver headband. That looks good. We have a bingo. We have a beaver sack puppet. We even have his floppy tail on the back that the kids could make. You could easily send that home, easily send this home. And we also have a beaver made out of a Pringles can, just a little short stubby Pringles can. And if you wanted to do this with as a treat, if you leave a little slot in the back, they can tell what kind of Pringles it is and stuff. And then they can pick out their Pringles decorated as a beaver, and then they can send it home and take the lid off and eat them. So that would be something else.
I love Pringles.
Well, there you go. And if you wanted a really tall beaver, you could make it out of the tall Pringles. It's not quite as cute, but it would work. Depends on how much you really, really love Pringles. Moving on to our next critter, we have the crocodile's tail. And he looks like, well, not like me, because if you know me, I don't eat lunch before I do this because my stomach just goes blah, blah, blah. But anyhow, he looks like he's had a bunch. And the story of this one is he's kind of a bully and stuff. And I won't tell you how it ends. Suspense, suspense. Then we have, of course, there's a zillion of them. We have our crocodile headband. Oh, Peggy's taking a picture of me. My headband, yes, you could be a crocodile for the day. We have our accordion alligator that you can make crocodile. There he goes. Oh, he's really cute. Thank you. Or, wait, get rid of that one. Or you can do this one and you can have your crocodile face. So you'd have a bunch of little crocodiles running around the library or outside, swimming through the ponds if you wanted to, like that. So this is a good look for me.
I like it.
You like, there's my new mask right there. I can see that. Okay, what else do we have? We have, for you dog lovers, do your ears hang low? Oh, I know. Hopefully not too low, but anyhow. So if you're big into dachshunds, or if you need to know the whole story, and his ear fell off again, how dachshunds came to be, and there's a lot of them little weenie dogs, but this is a tall tale about a short-legged dog. So if you want to learn all about that, how they came to be, there's the end. That's all I'll show you. The end.
The suspense is killing me.
I know. You're going to have to read a lot of books so you can find out this information. And I have his ear just fell off. That's because my right hand was a little rough.
Oh,
this one?
Yeah, that one. What was the title? How Dachshunds Came to Be.
How Dachshunds Came to Be. You're welcome. And here's a little dachshund standee I sent with the pattern to you. They cut out, and it's just like an origami one. You just fold him and put it together. His tongue sticking out and everything. All right. Next animal we have is a koala. And I sent you in your bag, because I was doing them during one of our sessions, a Hug Me Koala. Now, if you wanted to use these for Valentine's Day right now, that would be perfect. This is a Dove chocolate. It will not be eaten by me because it's dark chocolate. Just for you, in case you guys want to make a note, Jody doesn't really like dark chocolate. And I probably should mention, Tracy, I probably should mention that this day is a really special day for me. So yum. So if you're, if the cards haven't got in the mail yet or the presents, today happens to be my birthday, Denise.
Oh, I had no idea.
So I was expecting those cards and presents in the mail. But anyhow, hug me, koala. Very simple pattern. I sent it for you. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
With no dark chocolate in those
No
cards.
dark
right?
chocolate, milk chocolate preferably. Almonds are good. I like almonds. Anyhow, he's just taped on, and then his little arms will tape, so he's giving a hug. So that's good. So we do have, why the koala has a stumpy tail. This is a question that has baffled my mind for years, but I got the book now, so I know all about it. So thank you, everybody. So read the book. What happened to his tail? It's a question. So we have, of course, a very simple pieces of gray paper. This is a big one. This one was really easy. And your hand just goes in here and you have your koala puppet. So that's a very simple one for the littler kids to make. Looks like
that's cute.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're ready for a craft. Okay, we are going to attempt to do a craft. Thank you. Happy birthday. So don't shut your screens off. I'm watching. Okay, some of you got a bag with orange and yellow paper in it. Some of you got a bag with, I think, more black and pink. So if you're doing the yellow and orange one, you need to take your yellow and orange paper and you're gonna cut it in strips about 1 inch wide this way. And then you're gonna cut it in half. I will wait till I see everybody. No. No, we're not gonna do that because I know most of you aren't gonna do it anyhow.
Jody, just so you know, Denise
Sally?
accidentally did not send me a packet yet, so I do not have them. And I just didn't, I wanted to push all the blame on to Denise. So you
Yes.
don't
Okay,
say
all right, all
I
right.
am slacking.
Perfect, perfect. Bad Denise. Oh, now you're in trouble. Sorry.
Yeah, I meant to send Sally the box, but I forgot.
It's a good thing you got big shoulders, Denise.
Exactly.
You can
And
hold-
yes,
hold
we
that
are
up.
doing CD discs. And if perchance you need some, I have weeded my audiobook collection. And so they're not selling real well. So I'm emptying them out of all their little envelopes. And so I have a lot of these. If you're interested and would like some, I'd be more than happy to share.
And in case Jody runs out, I weeded my audiobook collection and I have a
Okay.
massive
There
quantity
you go.
too.
Okay, if you have the black paper with the pink, you need to cut 2 black circles. Yes, this way. And 2 pink circles. Sally, just pretend like you're cutting. I'll just think you're doing it. There you go. She's such good at that. Oh, there, Denise has got her scissors in her hand. Please be careful. There you go. About 1 inch wide's good on this. Big circle, maybe about like that. This is hard to do virtually instead of just screaming at you when you're sitting in front of me. So when you get your strips cut, then you're going to take one of your discs. I'll explain the other one. And I did this part so then the kids can't see what video it is or whatever. And you're going to put a ring of glue around it. And then you're going to alternate your colors. Yellow, orange, yellow, orange, yellow, orange, yellow, orange. And then if you have the pink or the black, those are gonna go just on the top of your disc. One's gonna go here and one's gonna go here. The pink is gonna set inside on top of the black. So it looks like the inside of an ear. Yes, very good, Peggy. When you get those glued on, but I put the tail in the middle of this one too. Yeah. Then if you're doing the pink and black, you need to do one long strip of black, about 1/4 of an inch. And then you're going to glue those inside of your disc and put the other disc on top of it. And to save all the frustration of what in the world is Jody doing, this is the orange one. The orange and yellow, this is my lion. And you can either curl him or you can fringe him. I did put a tail on mine. And then you would just glue your eyes and your triangle nose, and I used a black magic marker to make his face. Or if you have the pink and black, then this would be your mouse.
That
And I
is
made a curly
adorable.
tail for him. You could also use a pink pom-pom if you wanted to, but a pink nose.
Those are so cute.
And of course, we would have to have a book to go with those. So what would we use? The Lion and the Mouse. And we would have our story set. I'll give you a couple more minutes to fin out. Oh my gosh, my right hand is breaking the next thing.
Uh-oh.
These are easy to, yes, somebody said something about homeschooling. This would be an easy kit to put together. I have more scrap paper than anyone librarian should probably have. If you've ever been in my back room, I have like 6 shelves of scrap paper.
So why do we need 2 discs?
Yes, 2 discs.
Oh, but why? You glue them together?
So yes, then you put them together so then you don't see where you glued him.
Okay.
Inside.
Okay, got it.
Got it, Terry?
No, I don't know. We're still thinking about it.
Well, I could come to Red Cloud and give you a demonstration personally.
I know, we were struggling with the origami stuff too.
Not an origami girl either, huh?
And you could do probably any other animal known to man. But this one tied in with the book I wanted to do, so we have our lion and our mouse. Thanks, Sally. Are we ready to move on? Is everybody still crafting? Since we don't have, oh, super cute. Thank you.
I haven't seen very many.
Yeah.
I want to see them.
See them, show them, put them up. So we have evidence that you actually did some.
Even if it's only partially done.
If it's only part, if you only got one piece of hair on your lion, that's okay.
Oh, the mouse. Cute, Amy.
Peggy's is cute.
Jill, cute.
Sally, I'm so sorry you missed out.
But
we will blame Denise again.
Well, now I know what to gather myself. Are you going to?
There you go. There you go.
I can gather up some paper and discs.
So, Sally, I'm coming to Lincoln tomorrow. I will leave it off.
Thank you.
Such pressure I put on her. Such pressure.
You can blame me for something else next time, Denise.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes.
What did you use for for the nose on the mouse? Just a circle.
Just a pink piece of paper. Okay. Yes. Or you could put a pink pom-pom. If you had a pink pom-pom, you could put on that. And then I did put some whiskers.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Next we get into, oh, and I have these at my house at night. They come and eat out of the bird feeder that's on the ground.
Gail, and Wanda's is adorable. Do you see Wanda's mouse?
No, let's see it. Where's he at?
Super cute.
Gail, she's with Gail Irwin.
Okay, I gotta go over farther. Oh, there, I see one.
That's Wanda's mouse there.
Oh,
with Gail.
cool. Very
Oh,
good.
I see
Oh,
Deb
and
Fairbanks.
Deb down in Wood River's got hers. Her mouse has really big ears.
There you go. That works.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody show me their lion.
The better to hear you with.
Terry's trying to figure out what to do with the lion. Anybody got a lion? The lion was harder because there was lots of gluing involved.
Here's a lion.
There's a lion. See, Terry, you use all
You
the
can either-
stripes,
Yeah, you can either fry them or curl them.
then just a triangle black nose, then just draw his face and googly eyes.
And a tail if you want.
Deb's on a safari.
There you go. I forgot
She's
to put
trying
my
to
hat
spot
on.
some lions.
You cut the strips of paper in half for the lion?
Yes.
Before you
Lengthways
glue
and then
it?
in half.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome. So the next one you're all gonna run home and do is
And we missed the cutting them in half, so we had humongous,
long lion. That's okay. That works. Then we have our, I don't know if I can get them all in one. This is my possum family. That's Daddy Possum.
I love that,
There's
Jody.
Mama Possum, and here's Baby Possum, and I put them all on one stick. And you could have, you know, all the kids could do one possum, and you could go out and get a branch and put it up in the library, and you could attach all the possums, and they could put their name. I got them here. Maybe do Mama and Baby. You can see them easier. And stuff, and hang them all around the library, or you could get a big tree and put it in a pot of sand and hang them from there. Then you have all your possums.
Those are darling.
And those are made out of paper towel tubes. As we know, Jody's not a fond of toilet paper tubes, paper towel tubes. And once again, if you're at a shortage at your library and would need some tubes, let me know. I have several paper towels, and then I have some that are long. You can whack on them and cut them up. But I have, yeah, more than one person should have, but I have lots. Okay, we have done the possum. Oh, mermaids. Everybody's going to want to do mermaids because mermaid tails. So you're going to want to do some tails. I have included a pattern, a couple different patterns in your pile of paperwork for you.
And remember this for next summer too, because next summer is oceans. Oceans of
There we go.
possibilities.
We
So
can
use a
just
series.
swim right into that one, can't we?
Perfect.
So here is my first one. And this is all made of glitter paper, so she's shiny. But that doesn't matter. She doesn't need to be. So then we have this one who's just out of paper. There's her tail. Just drew her scales on. And then this one. This one has her long hair. And more her bra on. You can't see her eyes. That's her long hair mermaid. If you wanted to go that way with some yarn, and that's just tied. And for the boys, we don't want to leave the boys out. I did not send you a pattern for this one because I made my own pattern. So you as librarians are very talented. I know you can come up with your own guide thing, but we also have King Neptune. He's really big. Measure back up, then you can see him. So you can do that. I just went to Neptune Clip Art and found the head and the body parts. And of course, you know me, blew them up, cut them out, stole them, put them on a bag. And I have my Neptune puppet for the boys if the boys want to do Neptune, even with his own pitchfork. So you have those. So that's your mermaid life right there. Okay. Oh, for our Harry Potter fans, maybe for the little bit olders, I sent a pattern of the Phoenix because we know the Phoenix has a long tail. How to put the Phoenix together. You could do this in just a simple, more simple drawn bird pattern and use real feathers to make a really long feathered tail if you wanted to. Of course, you could do peacocks, something like that with pretty feathers, but this is pretty simple to cut out for the kids. And then they have to follow directions how to put him together so his tail comes out right. But that includes that part. My right hand is just moving things. Uh-oh. That was not such a nice word that came out of my helper's mouth. I don't know what that means. She could be replaced shortly. I'm not sure what she just dropped. Anyhow, I'm looking for the snake. Okay, the snake. Yep. Behind me, I have a snake on my bulletin board that you can't see that way. I did send you a snake pattern. He is for these snakes. There's different colors, and he does have a little rattler with him, so you can have that one. You can cut those out. If I remember right, I probably blew my pattern up a little bit. I like everything big. So I probably blew that one up a little bit and then cut him out, and they can put him together. Or if you don't want to do that one and you just want to cut strips of paper, you can just make your own snake. His eyes the right way. And just make him as a chain, a paper chain. Another idea for the snake would be to, if you want to need some way to keep track of books, how many books are read. Every time they read a book, they got a link to their snake, or every 5 they get a link to their snake. Once again, you could get a big tree branch. A big tree branch and stick it in a bucket of sand. You could hang a bunch of snakes on it, or you could stick them. Not my thing, no.
I think Denise would love that.
Really. Could lay them on top of the bookcases. Maybe they could kind of be hanging down or something, yeah, creepy. Or you could hide them in the bookcases and scare people. I mean, there's lots of choices, but lots of way to make snakes, any color they would like. Or I said, I did send you one that has patterns on it. This one is green, and the one on top is red, white, and black striped snake. Okay. Octopus. We have one of our tall tales is, if you don't know Stormalong. I hadn't heard of Stormalong. But yeah, he's an American tail. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And he's a big guy. As you can see, this was him as a baby on top of a turtle. So he's big and stuff. Anyhow, he's got a big boat. Of course, he's a sailor. And he goes out and oh man, they got animal questions in the back. But of course, we know there's a villain. So there's a big octopus that's attacking the boat. And what is Stormalong gonna do? He's gonna go down and get the octopus and save the day, of course. So we'll let that happen. So of course, if you want to make octopi, I have a green one and a purple one. I don't know if I included this pattern or not. Anyhow, you just need 8 legs and then a styrofoam ball that I painted real quick, and then we jeweled it up with some jewels to decorate his legs. Yeah, so that works. So you could put a magnet on them, I suppose, and stick them up somewhere. But yeah, little googly eyes on him. So he's gonna eat. Okay, now we're gonna show you a few things. I need my mermaid sack, the big white one. Yeah, that one. That's what that not so nice was. Uh-oh, I need to see. Can you hand me that? That's fine. Can you hand me the lion again? Hang on, Becky, hang on. One more look at the lion. Always happy to please. Here's the lion. So you have to see him one more time. This is his backside. That's his tail I put on him. You wouldn't have to. You could put a stick on him and make a puppet out of him if you wanted to. And we had these last year. What were they last year? I don't remember what they were. Bag race. We had bag races outside. And these are, I don't know if I can get him all in the picture. These are mermaid tails. And they come in 4 different colors, purple, pink. I think this one's pink. This one's pink. Blue, and they work perfect for the kids. Or Neptune tails, thank you. Yes, for the boys. And they did hold up well enough. They lasted the whole summer for what we wanted to do them. They did ravel a little bit at the top, but I just cut those off. I don't remember what kind of tails, anyhow. Whatever they were, I have them downstairs. But mermaid tails this year, or Neptune tails, as you reminded me very well. Thank you.
Jody, do you remember where you got those?
I want to say Oriental. I really do, because that's where I order most of it.
I got a request to see those octopuses again.
Oh, octopus.
Or
Can you hand me the
octopi.
octopi again?
The octopi.
Octopi. Just no. Octopi coming back. It's kind of just like a blob on a piece of paper with 8 legs.
You
If
could
you
do
only need
those
to
with
see
like
one.
big pom-poms too.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that too. We're not big into painting or glitter here, but we will if we have to. We just
Popsicle
bedazzled him
sticks.
out. Yeah. Little bit for, no, maybe not. Then we have a whale. And he's just paper folded, cut and folded over and then attached and stuff. And then just roll the paper and fringe it and just put a blob of glue there and set him on there if you wanted to do the whale. Because he's got a nice tail and we are into tails. So there's a whale.
It's a whale of a tail.
A whale of a tail. And then I made a set of bookends. I believe these are date do slip boxes. And I put a few rocks from outside in them. So I got a little weight to them and I put the head on one, as you can see, and the tail on the other. If everybody, kids wanted to make their own little bookends to take home, wrapped them in some wrapping paper. They could draw them on there, or I printed off some and then I just cut them out and put it on there so they could have that to start their own little library at home. Okay. For the little bit older kids, maybe something with Harry Potter, lots of different tales in Harry Potter, but I made Harry Potter's book, a monster book of monsters. Here's the 4 eyes. And I lift this flap up here. There's his teeth that comes out from underneath the bed. And he does chomp. And inside Harry Potter, I got the right message. I printed off some Harry Potter papers and stuff. Put the spells and the memory spells. Let me take those out so you can see them. Luvioso, the truth spell. What else is that? The peddler's disguise. The memory spell, which I need. And the book of spells. So if you wanted to print a few things off, or if you had some projects for them to do for the summer, they could keep them in here and stuff. This is just a cereal box. And once again, if you are in need of some cereal boxes, let me know. We have been collecting cereal boxes and we have lots. We have lots. And it would take me probably 2 weeks and I could have my whole supply done again. I said, we eat a lot of cereal in McCook, Nebraska. I don't know, but we do. So we have that. In your box of goodies, I sent you a white piece of cardboard. If you haven't figured out what it is yet, if you squeeze it like this, it turns into a pair of binoculars so you can see those animals that are coming towards your library. And these are just cardboard, so they'd be easy enough to hand out to have the kids decorate. They can color them, magic marker them, paint if you're brave enough, put their names on them so they each have their own set. That would be wonderful. And those I did get, I think, from Oriental, very cheap. I got a whole bunch more downstairs, so. Also, while we're on it, in your bag of goodies, if you haven't ate them yet, you better get to it. I sent you a mermaid tail. Sally, see, yeah, see, Sally's, it's coming, Sally, it's coming.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Mermaid tail I sent you, but of course we wanted to make, ate those 2 weeks ago. Good, don't hesitate, go right into it. I did include a shark straw. We want to make sure we include something. And yes, just it's the cone, this part comes, the ribbon comes, the clear bag comes, the ribbon comes, and the tail comes. All you got to do is fold it, put it together, and fill it up with something. That works. Also on your tails, I gave you 2 cow tails, green apple and caramel. These come in any size. If you don't want your kids to have great big ones, they come in bite size. They come in like half of this size. And there's more than just these 2 flavors. These are ones I thought maybe I would eat. So that's why I got those. Just saying. Foldables. I believe I got those from Oriental. If I'm wrong and you don't find them there, let me know and I'll check, but I'm pretty sure. It's either Oriental or Amazon. That's about the only 2 places I go. So, okay. My next thing on my list is this book by Dr. Cat and Hat, Dr. Seuss, A Tale About Tails, which fits in perfectly. It's about these 2 kids here who want a tail. So they go through and pick different tails and stuff and see what happens with those tails and how the animals use their tails. So in my mind, of course, my mind does not work like normal people's minds. As my right-hand man says, yes, that's true. So I made in the book, there is a, I get that up. There is a tail of a fixer machine inside the book. So I made me one, a tail of a fixer machine. And all I did was make a big hole. Let's get my glue. And then on the top, I put some buttons on it. Oops, go back up, there I go. Put some buttons on it so the kids could pick what kind of tail they wanted to make or get and stuff as pretend and stuff. Then they can stick their hand in the box and grab out a tail. And I got a giraffe's tail. I know, amazing, isn't it, Sally, that I have all these animals here with tails? Yes. Or we didn't want that one. Oh, we got a tiger tail. There's a stinky one in here. Or, oh no, we got a skunk tail. Woo! That smells. So that would work. So pick any tail. Now, the way mine's going to work is this would probably be something for the outside because Video Kingdom here in the big city of McCook is now carrying appliances. And my son just happens to work there. So, hey, big boxes are everywhere. So my plan will probably to be get a big refrigerator box and color it and put tails, pictures of tails on the inside. So the kids have to walk through the tails and get to the other side where maybe a tail covered with all pieces of scrap paper and stuff, and they can make their own tail to take home with them. That's just how my mind works. So probably not since he fell apart. Okay, so we are ready, yes, for our next craft project. And I understand that the half of the crazy ladies is on with us today, so I'm so excited. So you need to get your bag with your washcloth in it. Yes, I'm thinking of you when we do this one. And you can buy washcloths at Walmart. They come in a pack. They're all different colors. Probably, preferably, there are more white ones than anything else in there, but so be it. So we're going to make, so we need to fold our washcloth into a triangle. There you go, Sally. Use a piece of paper. That's
Sally's
all.
wondering, yeah, she's wondering if a paper napkin would work.
It would work. It would work. I don't think it'll stand up as good, but it'll work. Then after you get him folded in half, and I know everybody is doing this one because you're going to want this one. There you go. We're going to start at the wide part and we're going to roll him. I know you can't see me rolling. Hang on. You're going to roll him to about like this. Back side. There you go. Got that much? Then we're going to bend him over like this. Then you have a rubber band in your bag. We're going to put that rubber band around him underneath that part that's sticking out. Then we're going to fold him. How did I do that? Because mine's not that long. We're going to tuck these little extra pieces in. So now you have one that looks like that. Well, maybe. Hang on. There. Then you're going to take this. I could have probably went one more roll. This is going to be our beak. So you're going to spread that apart. Then you have eyes in your kits, and I did find some self-sticking ones this morning when I was looking. So we're going to put our eyes on here. Hang on. And now we have our penguin. And Autumn is so excited. Yes.
Oh, aren't those cute?
That's out of that's one wash rag. I don't know, less than, I don't know, 50 cents or whatever. And you could have them bring their own wash rags. They don't have to bring new. But that's your penguin. And then he does sit. I made that one. You can also make, you'll have to go online because I don't remember how this is. This is a jellyfish. And he's made out of one washcloth. All it is rolling and folded. And I did use one rubber band to hold him together. Or, my turtles kind of went by the bed. Or you have a turtle.
Oh, how cute.
And he's got his four legs there. Yeah. And there is a stingray that I had done, but let's not say who dropped it and it has fallen apart. Let's not do that to her.
It wouldn't be the right hand.
It wouldn't be the right hand that did that, no. So now it isn't anymore. It is actually 2 wash rags, but now it's just a big wad of wash rags. So we are going to skip that. But it is a stingray, and it is really cute too. So there are lots of them on there. They're really simple to make. I said, other than a washcloth, a rubber band, and some eyes, you're pretty much good to go on that one. Oh, tall tales. We're going to get into a little bit on tall tales. Oh my gosh, I have 8 minutes. I just wanted to read you. This is in the front of a book, and it says,
you have as much time as you need, Jody.
Okay, there you go.
Don't rush it.
You'll stay for supper. There you go. This book is full of funny tales that are both short and tall at once. You say, I don't get that at all. They're short because they are not long. Well, that is plain to see, but how can they be tall as well? Explain that part to me. Tall tales tell tales of times gone by, with heroes strong and great who did things you might not believe. Tall tales exaggerate. But did these heroes really live? Well, some of them did, not all. Sometimes the deeds they did are real, but sometimes they are tall. So tall can have 2 meanings. Not true is also tall. I'll read to you, you read to me until we've read them all. And that is in the front of very short tall tales to read together. And it is one of those. You take turns reading, so a little bit older. but it has all of Tall Tales. If you're looking for an idea of a tall tale, they're in here. You have Annie Oakley, Davy Crockett, John Henry, Slew, Foot Sue, and Pecos Bill, Feebleton, Johnny Appleseed, Alfred Bulltop Storm Along, Mose the Fireman, Mike Fink, Sally Ann Thunder, and Whirlwind, Paul Bunyan, the great Don Jose Love Mad Lopez, I don't know him at all, and Casey Jones. So lots of them in there. If you just need an idea for a tall tale to blend in, you could use that. I did come across for probably the little bit older kids, if you wanted to do maps where the kind of the famous four tall tales are, which one is Paul Bunyan, which one is John Henry, which one's Johnny Appleseed, Storm Along, and Pecos Bill. They have to figure out which one on the map they are. Maybe one a week or something like that. And they could complete their map. Maybe they could draw a picture of them and stick it on there. That would work.
And where was that found, Jody?
Pardon me?
Where was that found? What did you say it was?
I have no clue where I found that. Probably something under Tall Tales when I Googled.
Okay.
Cornhole boxes. Let's do those first. I also included in your packet rectangle of Paul Bunyan and a rectangle, and it's in your bag. Thank you. And Babe the Blue Ox. And once again, thinking of something for outside. Maybe you'd want to take those and exaggerate them. I'll back up a little bit here so you can see. Get one. Exaggerate them and blow them up. This is an 11 by 17 paper and put a hole in them. So maybe you do want to do something like a cornhole and stuff, something they could toss. Maybe it'd be the Blue Oxes against the Paul Bunyans or something, a game that the kids could play and stuff. So you could do that. We also have some, well, from our local Hallmark store, we have Paul Bunyan and the Blue Ox, and it comes with a little Paul Bunyan and the Blue Ox and stuff. And we use them in our friends' bags. Kids can check these out. It's got the story and a couple worksheets in it. They can take those home while they're reading the story. One of the boxes in a kind of a funny one is the Bunyans. This talks about Paul Bunyan and his family. And to go with that, of course, we have our paper towel rolls once again. You have Paul Bunyan with his axe and Babe the Blue Ox with his tail. And those patterns should be in your folder, so you should have those if that's something. Little trickier to cut out, maybe for a little bit older kids, unless you've got time to cut them out yourselves, and then they can attach them to the paper towel tubes and put them on there. That would work too. Well, another one of our famous tall tales is, of course, Johnny Appleseed. So you could have all the kids bring a pot, and they could wear a pot on their head for the day. Hopefully nothing in it when they bring it. And then they could be Johnny Appleseed. You can make them just with some gray paper or some foil paper, wrap it around and put a handle on it. They could have a Johnny Appleseed hat. I made a Johnny Appleseed oatmeal container. Back up a little bit and stuff. And then not for sure, different things you could do. I did make get that thing off. A dice that has 2 red apples, 2 green apples, 3 green apples, whatever that they could roll, and they could put, I did cut out apples. They could cut out apples and put them in. They could roll them and put them in if they read a book. If everybody made, you could use a box and make an apple seed box and stuff. If they read, once again, to keep track of what, they could put an apple in time they read a book or something like that. If you wanted to, you could make a tree and put them on the apples that way, whichever way you wanted to do it. So something with apples and some kind of a game would be perfect. Yeah. I need my lightning sheet. Something for the older kids. Things hanging everywhere around here. So one of the ideas was a tall tale. So you're going to make a tall tale. So this is just a head. And this is my story about lightning feet. And so you have them write the story. And they can write any story they want. And it's on this long piece of paper. This is her head. And when they get to the bottom, then eventually you get a feet. So my story is about lightning feet. So, and I'm not going to read you the story. Yes, I wrote it myself, but I'm not going to read it to you because she's not as fast as what she thought she was with her lightning feet. So, some little story ideas, finger play story ideas that are in. Of course, we have five speckled frogs. So you can make your own log with your own frogs, and as the frogs disappear, you can roll them back or bring them forward, whatever you want to do. And they sit on the log, and then of course they all come back in the end. 5 little pigeons and 5 little birds. You have the same thing with your fingers this way. I did make some little finger puppet birds. If you wanted to, I did different colors because I changed the story on you. Green one keeps trying to fly away. So you'd have your different colored birds and stuff if you wanted to do something more for the little kids. Then we get to how the bear lost his tail, and I did send you that story so you know what happened to him. But I made you a story to go with your bear. So here's my bear with his original tail. That's what he normally looks like. Then of course you're going to read the story. And then when you get done with the story, when he loses his tail, then he has his normal tail back. So that's something you do. Then takes a very short story. But that's how the bears originally looked, in case you needed to know that. That's what they look like. Okay. My right hand here is gathering. I didn't do that one. Something else, yeah, no, something else for the older kids. I included a true and false sheet, something they can do and write the answers out. Why do cats have claws? Can be silly or not silly. Why do elephants have flat feet? Don't know. Could have one kid do one question, pass it on to the next one, and next, and have a really silly story by the time you got to the end of it, I think. So, gonna go to the tortoise and the hare. I've included a puzzle for you to print off. You can print it off on cardstock for the little kids. Then they can take it home, put it together. Also could go into a grab and go bag. Easy enough. I tried to set you a game board for the tortoise and the hare. And I made my own cube. And I used old film containers. You could use spools or whatever to make your pieces. This is the hare and this is the tortoise. He's upside down. This one would be also easy enough to do outside. Mark your path. Mark more things. Of course, some of they could pick whether they want to be the hare or the tortoise. And then you'd have 2 of them racing. You'd want to have more obstacles for the hare to slow him down a little bit than the tortoise to do. That might be a fun competition. Or you could have some kind of a book run after it. If you're the hare, you're going to read really fast books. And if you're the turtle, you're going to read slower books. So go by pages or something like that. You could have that contest. And of course, your book would be the tortoise and the hare, which makes sense. Okay, we are to odds and ends. Just a bunch of stuff that's here and there and everywhere. We'll go through it pretty quickly here. Dollar Tree, Autumn. Didn't get this one. This is to me, it's kind of creepy, but anyhow, I don't know if you can see it, but it lights up. Ooh. And it comes with, you can get a mermaid tail. It has just, you know, they can put on. Ooh, yeah. I will probably use mine more for decorations. I don't think it's quite my size. I'm not sure I could have two, one on each thigh might work, but I don't think it's going around my waist.
Could be a garter there.
Could be a guard, that could be. This I think would creep Richie out. Oh, I really don't think this would be for him. And maybe, I don't know. He is a different sort, so maybe, I don't know. If you're into painting and you're brave, and you want to do it outside, I used freezer paper, used the more soft side instead of the glossy side. Then the paint doesn't even go through. I had my grandkids, like Denise's grandkids. We did fingerprint animals. So this is one, this is a bird. Oh, which way this one goes? This is another bird. This is my baby who just turned 5. This is a turtle. And this is a fish. Then they can add the other stuff to it. But if you did it outside, would take nothing to dry and move on to the next thing. So, of course, it is tail. So we're going to, and you could have several of these outside. You're going to pin the tail on something. This is a pin the tail on a fox. And I got this, I believe, from Amazon, I think. Anyhow, so it has a fox, and it comes with the tails, and it comes with a blindfold, or you can pin the tail on the unicorn. You can pin the tail on the horse, and here's his tail. You can't see it. They're in their tails. That's all the pin the tails around. You can pin the tail on anything, I think. One of the other things that I didn't get to it, you can take a letter, like the first letter of your name, which it's not on the bottom of my pile here. But if you took like a V and made it big, then the kids could design their own animal. Out of the first letter of their name, they could pick an animal they think that goes with it. Alligator, bear, cat. A V is a vulture and stuff like that. They could decorate it up, give them some scratch paper, and they could do that. You can also do it with a paper cup and give them something like that, and they can decorate a paper cup with it as an animal that way too. 2 more things. I ordered all these books with tails because that's just how I am. So you can get all these books, I'll back up, books with tails, maybe for littler kids, but if you're reading a story, they all have tails on them. There's a horsey tail, and a chicken, and a dog. So you have farm animal tails, you have rainforest tails, you have woodland tails. I'm going. You have pet tails, rainbow tails. I'm not done yet. Birdie tails. Naughty noses, threw you on that one, didn't I? Jungle tails. Rainforest tails.
Oh my goodness.
Garden tails. Yes, they're made of fabric. Fish tails. Circus tails. Ocean tails for this year and next year. And then there is one hard one, and it's just called tails. And they're texturally, so when you touch them, they're fuzzy. So they have their tails. Their tails move. Well, I guess if you do the right thing, they do. Maybe. Their tails wiggle.
So cute.
There's this, oh, gross. There's a snake up in the tree. Yeah. Anyhow, so lots of tail books out there if you want tails. Other than that, unless you have questions, I want to thank my right-hand man and the rest of her body for helping me out today. But as I leave you, here's a few things I need to tell you. See you later, alligator. After a while, crocodile. Gotta go, buffalo. See you soon, raccoon. Be sweet, parakeet. Take care, polar bear. In a shake, greater snake. Hit the road, happy toad. Can't stay, blue jay. Bye-bye, butterfly. Give me a hug, ladybug. Toodaloo, kangaroo. Time to scoot, little newt. Till then, penguin. Adios, hippos. Hasta mañana, iguana. Give me a kiss, goldfish. Get in line, porcupine. Out the door, dinosaur. On the bus, octopus. To your house, quiet mouse. And that's all I got for today. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jody.
You're welcome.
That is so awesome.
Applause, applause. Loads of fun. Yeah. Thank you.
Betty. You're welcome.
All right. Well, I think instead of giving you a break, I'm just going to go into the puppet preview. I wanted to mention, and it won't be very long. Then we'll take just a little break before Autumn does the last session, and then we're going to have giveaways. So you'll want to
Nobody
stay
can
around.
spell my name.
We got to spell it with a Y. Yeah.
There you go.
But we are going to do a puppet order before summer reading. So if you are wanting Folk Manus puppets, we get them at a discount, 50%. And then Folk Manus does charge a 15% shipping and handling fee. So that's all we charge is that 15%. We send it to them. So, but let me show you a few things in your packet in the folder that was in the plastic drawstring bag where everything, all of our other papers have been. On the right-hand side, the last paper is the puppet preview. So it lets you know the puppet, the name of it, the number of it, and the price, including the 15%. But I just wanted to show you a few because I can't let Jody have all the fun. First, there's an alligator. You can see he's pretty good sized and he's got a nice tail and his teeth almost feel like teeth. So it's kind of creepy. And in keeping with Jody's axolotl, look at there. We have a real one, not a real one. We have a puppet, look, and you could get the puppet and then do Jody's activity with the puppet in the library. It does have those frilly little gills on the side and a long tail and kind of creepy little feet. But he's nice and soft. He's not very big because I don't think axolotls are very big. You can see here where he is on my hand. This is one of my favorites. He's a black kitty cat. The puppet is in the middle. So he can meow. And he, of course, has a nice long tail. And he goes all the way from my fingertips to my elbow. And then he has the tail on top of that. And he is so soft. This is called a collared lizard. And his puppet part is in the center again. And if you're really good at puppets, you can do all kinds of stuff with him because his mouth opens and his arms move. And he has this huge long tail. And that's the collared lizard. He looks kind of like a T-Rex when you look at him this way. But you can see how big he is. This one we got because Autumn wanted it. It's a dragon. See, he has wings. And it's a wristlet, except my wrist is too big. So you can wrap it around. He's got little creepy feet. They're made out of pleather, just like his little creepy face. But it wraps around if you had a little skinny wrist, and it has a magnet in it so that it stays around your arm. So people would think it was real if you went out in public with it, except for the wings. But anyway, yeah, that's the wristlet dragon. This is by far my all-time favorite. He's a lemur. And look how big he is. I mean, oh my gosh, he can't even fit in the screen. And he's got this nice fuzzy tail.
I bet he likes to move it, move it.
I'll bet he does. But he is soft as soft can be and just really nice sized. And he has the best toes. I'm telling you, those are definitely lemur toes. Their feet. But he's a great one, and lemurs have the best tails. Then there are mini puppets. They're inexpensive. They're still fun. Because look at this mini orca. And like I say, when you look at my hand, you can see the size that he is. I really hate this one. Really, really. Because I'm telling you, it's creepy. It's a, I don't know if you can hear the rattle, but it's a rattlesnake. It's the mini rattlesnake, but look at those eyes. He looks like he's staring at me and he's about to bite me. This is another mini that is the shark.
You could do Shark Week, or you could play Jaws.
Or you can save it for next year.
True.
And this is another mini. And it's the turtle. And if you do it right, you can draw him back inside the shell. I'm not a very good puppeteer, but he does have a tiny little tail back here. And the shell looks really nice. I mean, the quality on Folk Manus puppets is just unbelievable. And I make no money on these, I'm telling you guys. I just wanted to give you an idea of what the Folk Manus puppets are in case you decide you want to order some. If you go to their website, any of the puppets they have, not just these, are half plus 15. Now this would be a porcupine. And if you shake him up really good, then his quills stick out, but they're not sharp. They're nice and soft fur. And then he's got his tail back here. And he really is a nice, gentle soul. He gets kind of a bad rap. Another recognizable tail here. And this is a smaller puppet, so the front is where you put your hand in. But then there's that nice long tail. Think of all the skunk books that you have that you could do a story time and have a skunk sitting on your lap, nodding his head, you know, sitting on your arm. There's a lot of skunk books. This could be my all-time favorite, except for the llama ones. But this one is so beautiful. And he likes being told he's beautiful. But when you look at the details on this bird, they look like a feather. And this is the small peacock. And they do have a large peacock, but this is the small one. Finally, I have a red fox. And you can move his mouth. If you're really good at puppets, you can move his front legs. And of course, he has this long and beautiful foxtail. Got his little pointy ears. This one came out of the box here. We'll have to. Now we did order the chameleon, and this order went in a long time ago, and that chameleon was back ordered at that time, and we have yet to see them. So I don't know that we'll see them. I don't know. Like I say, it was, could be, they could get them in or they might not. Sometimes they just go out of stock. But yeah, that's a puppet, a little preview of the puppets. And I thought, no, I did not buy any llamas because they don't have much of a tail. I mean, in real life they do, but the puppets don't have much. There was one thing I wanted to share that I forgot about it during share time, so I'm going to use it now. There is a program that is called Page Turner, and it is something that has been recommended by a library here in Nebraska. They actually used these last year, and it's what they do is they provide virtual content. They have they give you 5 programs every week, and it's either for 4 weeks or 8 weeks. And this year they have their themes, their weekly themes figured out. Oh yeah, what the orders for the puppets, we're gonna do those by, we'll order them by the end of April, so April 30, and then we'll have them in May then to distribute. But yeah, so the page turners, the weekly themes are farmyard friends, celebrity critters, fish tales. So they're on board with our theme this year. And I'm going to email out this brochure, but I just wanted to give you the pricing so you have it, because it's 5 days a week for 4 weeks. It's a little video that is, let me look here, 10 to 25 minutes a day. They do crafts and recipes, field trips, guest performers, just all kinds of online content. But to me, the important part is it's from 10 to 25 minutes every day, 5 days a week. The 4-week summer programming is $395. The 6-week summer program is $575, and the 8-week is $745. But the reason that I was mentioning it is, like I say, there is a recommendation from a Nebraska library, and they're going to do it again this year. And the people said that if they got some other libraries, that there would be a multi-library discount. So I don't know what the discount is going to be, but we can check on that with Anne from Pender. She's the one that's recommending it. So if you need virtual programming, if you want a video to put up every day, this page turner, and it's, they made a play on words, the girl's name in the activities, in the adventures, her name is Paige Turner. So I will send out this brochure with the recommendation from Pender, and that way you can look at the brochure and see if you think it's something that would fill a hole in your stuff. You know, if you want online programming, this is a possibility if that's within your budget. So I did want to mention that earlier. And Sally's gone, darn it. She had to run. I forgot she was leaving, but I do want to thank her for the books that are in your bag. Sally provided all the books that we put in the bag through at the commission. They get books for her to review, and then she's very generous in passing those along to us. So I do want to mention that. Big talk from small libraries is coming up. Now, just because I'm talking, I just am filling the remainder of my slot. Autumn is going to be on at 2:35 with our last session. Big talk from small libraries is the last Friday of February. That's always a good program to watch. They've got lots of, you can look at the schedule. They've got lots of great people this year doing some presentations. And the last plug I'm going to do is, of course, Reader Zone. Don't forget about that. If you want to use an online method of keeping track of your readers, they can keep track of how much they read, which books they read. It's free. It's free till the end of August. So if you want to use an online record keeping program, Reader Zone is something that you'll want to consider. We are having a meeting on February 18th. Jake is only taking libraries from Nebraska on that day, so we can get on and ask him all the questions we need to at 1 o'clock on Thursday, the February the 18th. So that's coming right up, not quite 2 weeks away. And that is something that is terrific for summer reading. You can use it any time of the year, and we have access to it right now, but that free access for sure runs through the end of August. Okay, so now I'm going to give you a 10-minute break. Come back at 2:35. Autumn's been through the manual and she wants to show you what some of the best that was in it this year. Okay, we'll see you soon. About 10 minutes. And we're back. And recording once again. I just turned it on, so it was off during this last little break. But oh, and Jody, there was a message from Superior saying the Innovation Studios is so much fun. Vicki doesn't want it to leave, and she means it. She really means it. So yeah, so it's going to be a good thing for your library, I think. But yeah, so we have one last session of the day, and it's things that came out of the manual. Oh, the bullfrog's name is Jeremiah. We just, everybody wanted to know who the frog's name out of North Platte, and he is Jeremiah. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. There we go. See, I just got it. I almost sang that line, just so you know. But yes. Autumn, you better take over or I'm going to start singing.
All right. Well, I'll switch over to my screen share. How about that?
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
I can.
Okay. All right. So we're going to do the best of the programming ideas. Most are from the manual. Some towards the end are other ideas that we really enjoyed. So let's go ahead and get started. So the age groups, it's really hard, especially right now, to decide how to break it down. So for today, I just broke it down into 5 different groups. You've got your early literacy, toddlers, pre-K, children. Then you've got your teens or tweens could be in there as well, adults, and then multi-generational, because a lot of families right now are doing things together. So it might be something that you want to draw them into the library with things that they can do together. So for early literacy, we have on page 5 of the manual under the Bookish Beasts section, there is you can play What Do the Animals Say? And we printed these off and laminated them. And so some of them, we made these little cards and just laminated them. And if you would like something like this, you think you would use it for your program, we will print these off and laminate them and send them to you. So it's just something that the littles can get involved in. They can say the animal sounds along with you. Further along in the workbook or the manual, there was also the play the farm animal sounds, and that was under the read, connect, and protect. And those were meow, moo, bah. Some of the ones we weren't too sure on is the frog, quack, quack. And an elephant says, ugh. So I don't know about some of those, but those were really cute ideas and easy to get the kids involved. And even if we are still doing virtual programming, if you're doing virtual story times, we can print these and then they can hold them up to the screen while you're reading the story. So they can show you they're following along. And then the next one that we liked is the chicken puzzle. It's on page 10, and it's page 10 under the bookish beasts. And you can print these. You can do it a couple different ways. You can either leave them out on the table so that the patrons can come and put them together. If we're still kind of trying to stay hands off, another option would be to send it home to them for that they could do a take and make on their own. Or you can use them as, if you blow them up into larger pieces, each family could actually decorate a piece of it, and they could put their farm animal with other members from the community and kind of bring the community together. I know Hastings Museum did that with just blank puzzle pieces. And it was a good program. It helped to unify the community and work towards a program together. And I liked this one. It's a pizza box felt board. Who doesn't have empty pizza boxes laying around? All right, you might not want to use an empty, dirty one, but I bet you some of the pizza places would donate some boxes. And you can just make a felt board. At Dollar Tree, I got to do a Dollar Tree plug. They have these rolls of green or black or purple felt. You can line the inside of it. And guess what? We even have animal dies that we'll cut for you. We can cut them out of the felt and send them to you, and you just put them together. There's a couple different ways that I saw this done. You can either put it up on the wall in your library if you have wall space or a bulletin board, or you can leave them out in their pizza boxes, and the kids can come over and grab the story that they want. So you could have an Old MacDonald, you could have another princess story. Here they show on one of them a Jack and Jill. So you can put you could have like 5 or 6 different pizza boxes, and it just helps keep the kids entertained and gets them involved in the stories. So the next one, this was another one that we thought was a good idea. It was in it's an animal texture safari, and it's on page 58. You put up pictures of different animals alongside what their texture would be. So like a giraffe with his pattern, or you've got a goldfish with its pattern. I thought this would be really good. You could do this with, a goldfish and just have some scaly feeling things. Or for a turtle, you could have a smooth, hard surface that they could feel what a turtle would feel like. But I thought these cards made a really great memory game. They could have these and set them out. We could even laminate and send you a set of these so that you can give to each one of your patrons. And they can play memory games. They could bring them to the library and play them in teams. It just depends on what the programming will look like by the time the summer rolls around. But these are good ways for the littles to get involved and to have some fun things revolving around animals. And of course, we brought this up earlier. We're going on a bear hunt. You can set up the library and have different stations set up, and then they can repeat the cycle throughout the library in their different stations. A lot of people brought up how they've had that before. They've liked that. And the kids had a lot of fun. When my kids were little, they loved that story and going on a bear hunt and singing that song. Another early literacy, another thing my kids really liked too was making the sensory bottles. And you can get those little bitty water bottles. And you can put in glitter, you can put in some baby oil, some sequins, even like some butterfly. The Dollar Tree I know has like little butterflies in the little beads, or the butterflies in the little silk flower type. So you can put all kinds of different things in there, and then they just roll it around and discover what is inside of there. The next one, this one was at the zoo. This is different songs that they can sing. My goodness, if you have looked at the manual, there are so many songs that you can sing. So I know you guys maybe don't want to sing in front of people. You don't want to sing other than in your shower, but I want everyone to turn on their mics. You can turn off your camera if you want, but turn on your mics, and we're going to sing this song. These two songs. One is the Old MacDonald Had a Zoo, and then we'll go on to the other one. Old MacDonald Had a Zoo is just like the Old MacDonald. So on 3, 1, 2, 3. Old MacDonald had a zoo, E-I-E-I-O, and at his zoo had a bear, E-I-E-I-O, with a roar, roar here and a roar there, here a roar, there a roar, everywhere a roar, roar. Old MacDonald had a zoo, E-I-E-I-O. Even the bullfrogs sing it. All right, and then who remembers?
I thought it was going to be big. You know what I mean? It looked like it was.
Who remembers the old my darling Clementine? There we go. 1, 2, 3. There among there's the ground. Oh, I must be at the zoo. There's a panda. There's a tiger. There's a It almost was like a delay to where we meant to do it that way. That was kind of cute. All right, enough with the singing, I guess. I like to sing. The other thing that we really, really enjoyed was, and I lost some of them.
We're going to do it.
These are in the manual on page 146. And there's quite a few of them. Of course, I can't find but 2 of them right now. But we printed them and laminated them, cut them out. And then what you can do is just put a little piece of the Velcro. And so they can have their own little finger puppets to take home with them. And then when you read the story, they can bring out their little finger puppets. I love how Jeremiah is following along. That is awesome. All right. What else do we have in store? So let us know if you guys want those printed off and mailed to you, laminated and mailed, because we can definitely do that for your patrons. This one, you guys in your kit had a little ink stamper. And I bet you wondered what we were going to do with that. So go ahead and get out your ink stamper. And this is kind of a multi-generational. You can do it with the littles by just giving them a sheet and they can put their little fingerprints on them. Or you can just give the older kids an idea and they can draw their own. They can do their own fingerprints and make their own animals. But this just gives them some ideas. And this is just in the manual, page 184. So go ahead and take your stamp and let's say the lion. So we got my finger done. We're gonna just put a little body on him. And then we're gonna put a little head on him. So there's the lion. My dog kind of needs to go on a diet. Same with the cat here. And just do the cat and do his little head. And I love the hedgehog. So they turned out pretty cute. So go ahead. I'm going to leave this screen up here. Go ahead and do some fingerprints on your scratch paper and see what kind of animals you can come up with. Hold them up when you get them done so I see them. Is that a little mouse, Deb?
Well, it was really supposed to be a cat, but mouse looks good too.
I'm sorry. I am terrible at that. My kids are always
Okay,
like,
little cat ears, little butterball cat.
cute.
I don't know if you can see what I did. I did a possum, an octopus, and a lion.
I gotta find you on my screen here. Cute. Oh, I love it. Look at those legs. Very cute. Oh, I like the elephant. Good job, North Platte. Those are cute ones. See, I wouldn't be able to think outside the box. I'm glad I had a pattern.
Splendid in the Vial by Eric Larson.
Oop, I missed one. There's a bunny. Cute. Thanks for sharing, Michelle. All right. So you kind of get the idea. It's fun. These stamps, how much were they, Denise? Can't remember now. They were about 49 cents a piece. So it depends on what you want to do with your budget and if that fits in. Otherwise, you can buy the big ones. And if you're in person, then they can just use the different colors while they're there. So the next one, we're going to move on to the children's programming. This one is my number one. I love this idea. I can't wait to see We have at least 2 libraries talking about doing this one. Kids get to do Little Red Riding Hood as a CSI case. I don't know about you guys, but I love solving crimes. I love crime shows. And so this one, the children explore their powers of observation and deduction and deductive reasoning to expose the truth about Granny. To her horror, Little Red Riding Hood walks into a crime scene that's in progress. She dons her investigative skills and scientific knowledge to uncover the truth. Now, you might have some super sleuths in your library, and maybe they think they're too old that they've already got it all figured out. But what you can do is mix it up, and you can point the clues towards another predator. Maybe it's not always the big bad wolf. Or this can be played as a passive program where kids come into the library and they look around for the clues while they're there. You could hold a special CSI case in your meeting room, or if circumstances were still doing some social distancing, look for clues around the building or around the park. This would be a great one that you can do no matter what is going on in the community and what your local restrictions are at. The next one, of course, we featured this one during our bookmark extravaganza. This one is super easy. You just print it out and they can make their own little bookmarks. This one, what kid doesn't love dealing with poop? And you know, there's an owl pellet dissection. You can actually buy them on Amazon. I had no idea, but you can either have it as an in-person dissection party, or you could host an online, like a virtual party, and either through your Facebook or do it as a Zoom link. And you can even invite like a local guest speaker, maybe someone who's familiar with owls from the local birding communities, the bird clubs like Roe Sanctuary or Crane Trust or somebody else you may have closer to you. So that was just some ideas with that. This one I loved. You can Skype with a scientist, and I did not know that was an actual website. You can choose from all kinds of different scientists like zoologists, ecologists, marine biologists, veterinarians, paleontologists. That's the one my son would pick. And you can actually have a Skype with some of these scientists. So I think that one would be a really good one for those who are looking to go into those kind of careers and where science interests them. Then another children's programming, The Land of the Ladybugs. This one, Denise said she has done with the Girl Scouts, and it looks really fun. It's a hands-on ladybug program. So you can meet in the park. So if we're still socially distanced at that time, this works perfect. You can read books about the ladybugs, and you can even, talk about where they live, what they eat, and then their whole role that they play in our ecosystem. And then make ladybug masks if they're younger. And then they can release their ladybugs. And the best time to do this is early evenings in May or June. So you'll want to do this earlier in the summer if you're planning on it. And this, I thought you could incorporate as a multi-generational program, because the face masks, the little ladybug face mask could be for the younger kids. The teens could make the bug houses. So they make homes for the bugs and the bees and the butterflies. And then the storybook walk and the ladybug release, the whole family could pitch in and participate in.
Yeah, and you can buy ladybugs. They send them to you through the mail.
Yes. One of the suggestions in the book is just to talk to your local community or your local county and make sure that that's okay to do. and it won't overpopulate our area. But I had no idea you could do that even. All right, Wild Jeopardy. My daughter did a Jeopardy for our 25th anniversary. She did such a good job, and who doesn't love Jeopardy? It's a great quiz game that everyone enjoys. There's a free online template that you can use, and you can adapt the questions to any age group, or if you have a certain animal theme that you're working with, you can narrow it to just that animal. Let's say it's dogs, you can narrow it to fur or vet or ears or body parts, things like that, or breeds. Or you can just keep it wide open and run it like the traditional game show. Then there was there's a pre-made Bookish Beasts one that's a themed Jeopardy game for teens. And if you look in the manual, it talked about that one, and it looked fun. It's already made for you, so it's already done. You don't have to do anything but just play. So it would be an easy Facebook Live programming, or even in person if we're back to having things in person. I know Denise is gonna love this one. She loves slime. So the blobfish slime, all kids love slime. And so once you read the blobfish story, then they can make their own slime. You could do this in person, or you can make it as a take and make, to where you can send home the ingredients with them pre-portioned out, and they can do it at home, which is what most librarians probably would like. All right, another children's one, the Animal Sketchbook Project. This one I thought was really good. It kind of goes along with our featured bookmark, the bookmarks that are how to draw. So this one talks about they can have a booklet that you make, and then you could have a contest to see who can draw the most animals in an allotted time, or the most detailed, the most realistic, the most colorful, the cutest, the scariest, and then give away prizes, animal themed prizes. So I thought that one worked really well with the bookmarks that we have, because it shows them, even the ones that aren't quite as artistic as some of the naturally artistic people, they can get in on the fun and learn how to draw some cute animals as well. So now we're going to switch gears and move on to the teens. And teens are always a little harder, aren't they? So this one, this is probably preteen and teen, but creating and coding an animation. One of the suggestions, there's tons of free online coding programs, but Scratch is a good one. My son uses that a lot. And so they can make their own animal cartoons. There's also, you could start a Girls Who Code group, and Girls Who Code, you could make that they could meet virtually, or they could have a club meeting, once a week, once a month, for an in-person group as well. And it's not very hard to learn how to do Scratch. My son has taught me even. So it's pretty easy to teach. It's easy to learn how to do it. And they give you all the websites there in the book on page 41 for that one. Another, kids are crazy about anime and manga, however you say it. My kids are crazy about it. So a couple of the book ideas was to have an animal character design, and it even lets them figure out, okay, what is their character? Is it going to be a good character, a bad character? What are their features? How would they design their perfect character? And then there's also the anime and manga that shows them how to do that type of art style, which is the comic book kind of style. Another alternative would be to teach them the kawaii styles. Kawaii, my kids are always like, oh, that's kawaii. That's cute. That's cool. And it's pretty popular with the teens right now. So you could, I know in Hastings, they have a anime club that meets every couple of weeks. So maybe that would be something that would interest the teens in your area. Another one that would be easy to do either in person or as a take and make for teens is the folded book animals. And there are so many patterns to choose from. There are seahorses and owls and dogs and cats and butterflies, elephants, a lion. There is tons and tons to choose from. And we always seem to have lots of old books that we need to get rid of somehow. So that would be a good way to use those up. And who says that once you grow up, you don't want to play Hungry Hungry Hippos? I do. I love Hungry Hungry Hippos. My daughter even texted me the other day, I think I'm a hungry hippo. So even for older kids or teens, you can skip a story time about hippos and just go into the full body Hungry Hippo tournament. They can take it out, like over here would be on the park at a basketball or a tennis court, and let them roll around on skateboards or those flat dollies, and they can use baskets to grab up the balls and be real life, life-sized Hungry Hungry Hippos. The next one,
Autumn,
yeah.
Before you go any further,
sure.
We had a question about how do you spell the drawing type? I think they mean like kawaii.
Oh, kawaii. It's Kawaii.
Okay. That was just a question that came up.
Yeah, I didn't put that on there, but it's on page 43 and 47 of the manual. And it's under the bookish beasts section of that. Okay, this one is one of my favorites. This one is the shelter pet drawing. They can make portraits. They can either do it of their own animal, or another idea is they could take a picture of an adoptable pet, and then they can run it through a software. It's called PBN, all caps PBN, lower caps IFY. And I will show you how to do that. Now, participants can make portraits. They can donate them to the local shelter so that they can auction them off to raise money for the shelter. Or like I said, they could make pictures of their own favorite pets or their grandma's dog or whatever as gifts. The PBNify is they take a picture and it makes the paint by number template right from your picture. You don't have to upload anything. Let me go to my website here. Nope, wrong one. Am I sharing? No. Screen share. Okay. So this is the website, PBNIFY. So all you have to do is load your image. You just take your image from your files, you drop it right here. Then you just click some spots on the picture. Can you guys see like this little red dot here and a little red mark over here? And then right on her nose and right on her vest. So you click on all of those and you can click as many spots as you want. I can even click a few more here. Then you go up here to PBNify. I don't know if that's how you really say it, but that's how I say it. And then it'll show you, here's what it looks like when it's filled in. It makes it almost like a graphic novel type picture or a retro art picture. But it gives you also the outline. So here's the outline of that picture, and they can paint by number. So like right here is number 5. Up here on her nose is number 6, but number 4 is around it, so it gives it some shadowing. So it takes this picture and turns it, I'll show you here, into this. So she's got, there's her art, and there is, it's hard to see with my window glare, but there is the paint by number.
Wow.
It is such a cool thing. I really love it, and I can't wait to do some painting with my kids with it. There's also another one I did. Took a picture of my chicken, and that's how it made the graphic picture. But there's the paint by number. So I was thinking the shelter pet pictures would be really neat, so they can auction them off, and it helps kids to think about the animals, think about helping their community, being part of a community. Let's go back to my presentation. Okay, everybody see the screen okay? Good. All right, so that's one of my favorites. I know I'm talking so much, sorry. Just excited about that one. Then there's also the Teen Volunteer Fair. This one is where they can volunteer. Local organizations can come and give presentations. They can set stuff out on the tables around the room, or if it's in the park, you could also try to make it focused more on career paths, so teens could learn, what does a vet, what all is involved in becoming a vet, or how many shelter pets do you get through your shelter every year. So they can learn the stories behind the people and behind the careers and the animals. They also, Denise is wondering about bringing those cute little puppies. They could bring some puppies around, and I might touch on that later. Maybe. I think I touch on that later about bringing some adoptable pets for everyone to see. So you could check with local vets, pet shelters, wildlife rehabilitation centers to see if any of them would like to come and give a presentation. This one is on the career dogs. I know we did something similar to this with my kids. So you could get either search and rescue dogs, the canine dogs, therapy dogs, and they could come in and do a presentation on the working dogs and how much training is involved and the training process they have to go through. Ideally, it says they would bring the dogs to demonstrate. What my kids saw was the state troopers, the drug sniffing dogs, and the police or the state troopers actually came in those big padded, on like 100-degree summer day, and showed them how those dogs are trained to sniff out certain scents and how they're rewarded not for tackling the guy, but for finding that scent. So it was interesting. My kids enjoyed that. Denise, you'll let me know if I've got any chats, right? Okay. This one's kind of similar, but it's based on the Ask Me Anything from Reddit, and a lot of teens like that program. But you can't use that since it's registered, but you you could turn it into Ask Me About. And so you could have local animal conservationists or animal experts, have a panel of them, and just have a Q&A session moderated by either the library staff or a community volunteer. And then that helps the teens get answers to their questions. And then you could even do it, choose scientists from zoos or aquariums, or even it brought out this suggestion, homesteading experts. So people who have backyard farms, or they're beekeepers, they keep chickens or llamas or pigs. You could even do an on-site video to share on your social media with an expert. This one is a little more for the techies in the group here. Whoops. Is the endangered species stop motion animation. There's an easy program you can use. It's a little more difficult, but it is fairly user friendly. And the kids can pick out whatever their favorite endangered animal is, and then make a short storyboard. The first time they just make the first part of the class, they would make their little clips and discuss how to do a basic storyboard. And then the second one, in the second part, is when they would learn how to use the free app and then do their production. And then hopefully you could screen everyone's videos at the end of the program. And then if they give you permission, then you could put them on your Facebook page or your social media. And that helps get the community involved too. Then this one I thought was kind of cool. My kids wouldn't do it because they don't want to be vegan. They love their meat too much. But a lot of kids are tending to think about their eating habits and their patterns and use as consumers. And so there's a No Animals Here vegan cookbook club that they could either gather to swap recipes, or you could actually, if you have a kitchen or you want to do it on the Facebook Live, you could actually do some basic cooking lessons with the kids. A lot of these things, kids anymore, they don't really know how to cook. So basic cooking skills are good for everyone to learn. This one is really cool. They're the little bookends. If you're gonna do this, I would suggest you get the boards from like Home Depot or your local hardware store and have them pre-cut them. But they just take little plastic animals like these. These are all from the Dollar Tree. And then they can paint them. You can paint them copper, gold, silver. These look like an antique wood almost. They can use those to make their own bookends. You could even make giant magnets in your goodie bag. We made magnets out of the smaller animals, but they could make the giant ones if they wanted to make those for their lockers at school. The DIY plush sloth. I was thinking we have the die cuts. So, I mean, it wouldn't be a plush sloth, but we have that little chameleon, the little gecko that is really, really cute. And we could cut out a felt or any kind of material. And then you could have a little stitching club that teaches them how to hand sew, just a whip stitch real quick. To get a little more elaborate, you could have them embellish them either with hot glue or even with some embroidery. I'm going over, aren't I, Denise? All right, we'll move on to adults. Adult programming, this one would be really easy as a lunch hour program, teaching them about bird species. They could watch a live stream bird video, or there's a couple of really cute coloring sheets that are in the manual. The other adult programming Jody kind of went over a little bit of. They can either do the napkin or a guest towel, so that, you know, we can't travel anywhere right now, but we certainly can make our house feel like a 5-star resort. And so those, like Jody showed us, are very easy to make. And multi-generational programming. The Beastly letters, Jody kind of touched on this one as well. You can either make 3D letters out of cardboard, like the cereal boxes, or just the little cardstock animals. They can make their own. And each, even with teens and adults, you could host a calligraphy class so that they can get creative with their fonts. And backyard habitats, we kind of touched on that with the ladybug ones, but you could actually host a program that has the bug hotels or the butterfly puddlers, or the bird baths and bird houses and bird feeders. Those would be really simple to make, easy recycled material. We rate pets. Jody kind of touched on this one as well. You could put this up on your Instagram or your Facebook page and have everyone vote on who's the fluffiest or the grumpiest, the cutest pet. And then backyard farming, you can invest. I kind of touched on this a little bit, but invite the guest speaker to teach participants how to care for their chickens, or how they take care of their bees, even llamas, Denise. And they can have a pet expo. This was the one where they could have the local animal rescue organizations bring adoptable pets. It could be out in the park to where everyone could be spread out. And then you could also invite local experts that can give pet care tips, like on training or grooming, how to take care of a dog. And this one I thought was really good. They can bring canned goods or bring an item from the list of the shelter that the shelter needs in order to attend an Animal Heroes movie night. So then the shelter benefits from it, but also everyone gets to get together and watch an outdoor movie. And movie in the park is great events. I know you'd want to check with your city or your local municipality. Hastings has had several of these, and they are really fun, a fun family event to do. So some other programs. I got some quick ones for you. Dollar Tree had these on the website, and so we had to make them. They're super cute. Little paper bag animals. They all have names. One of them's Larry. I don't know what they're all named anymore, but my son made them and named them. The peacock, I absolutely adore. So those are some cute ideas. Jody had some mermaid and Neptune ones. Also in your little gift goodie bag, we had a best of the best craft. So if you just take your popsicle stick and you paint it green, and then you take a third of your pipe cleaner and you put a third here and a third here, and wrap the rest in the middle. Attach your 2 googly eyes, and then you just cut out some paper for his jaggedy little teeth. Super cute, super easy. You could even put a magnet on the back. And you also have in your bag a chameleon. So if you want to take that out, you just cut his little mouth like this. You glue him to the back, or to the front, I guess, of the clothespin. You attach a googly eye, and then you just roll up a piece of paper. If you have a white piece of paper, a red piece of paper, makes his tongue. So you guys can be making those and show me here towards the end. We have this die cut, so if you want any of these cut out for you, this is something that's super easy to do as a take and make. We would be glad to offer those for you. Some other ideas was some animal photo holders, again with the plastic animals, or you can turn them into keychains. You can make little wood coasters with some cheap dollar store stencils. Super easy. Jody had some really cute ones. We love this peacock and we love the zebras. They are super adorable. Another thing for the teens or adults is host a how to paint tutorial. There are so many online that break it down step by step. So it would be really easy to have a painting party, a canvas painting party. And those normally were like 25, 30 bucks back when we could go and do stuff like that. Now we can do it via Zoom or Facebook. The other thing, this is a real thing. Water bottle and computer trend. They love to put stickers on everything. So we sent you some animal ones. You each got one in your packet. We thought that would be a good giveaway for teens because they're pretty cheap and they love to put their stickers. It's like the latest sticker album. Like back in my day, I'm showing my age. We used to use stickers
And
for
I'll
everything.
show my age. I didn't think this was a thing. I said, what? They put stickers on their computers? What are you
I
talking
know.
about?
They do. They just trash it up and they love it. The more crowded it looks, the better they love it. So it would be a good reward for the teens. And they love having it. They put them on their computers. They put it on their water bottles everywhere. The other thing that's not on there that we wanted to talk about is we have these animal packs. They're flashcards from the Dollar Tree. And there's 36 in a pack because, of course, they have to have the phonetically correct, the big B and the little b. But we took them and laminated them. So any library that would like a set of these, what we thought we would do with these is use them as a scavenger hunt. You could have each business have one up in their window and then send the kids around, have them write where they found which one, and then turn it in for a prize. So if you would like these, we have plenty of these packs and we can laminate them and send them out to you. You just need to let us know. So does anybody have any questions?
Okay, so the sites that you just had up, like to make this little thing and this little thing, do you have those that you can send out to us, all the links?
Yep, I will send my whole PowerPoint to you guys.
Awesome.
That way you have it. Any other questions? Oh, we do have the die cut masks like the unicorn. We have the unicorn one. I don't know if we have any other ones, Denise.
We have a plain one. We have just a kind of a plain around the eyes kind of mask that you could turn into anything. And but we definitely have the unicorn mask that's individual.
Do we have to request a manual or would it be here? This is North Platte.
It should be there. It would have come in the form of a flash drive with a catalog, the summer reading catalog.
Okay.
They stopped sending out the big fat books. I mean, it used to be, it'd be a 3-inch binder and there was no way you could miss it.
Right.
But now it's a thumb drive.
Oh, okay. So that's what it looks like. Okay, Cecilia might have it.
And if you don't have it, Sally will send you one. Just let me know and I'll get one.
Okay. Yeah, because neither one of us have seen that. So, okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
It's just an orange thumb drive like this.
Yeah. Like I say, it came with a catalog of summer reading activity or summer reading program stuff. So.
Over 300 pages of, oh my goodness, stuff. So much fun.
Okay. I was jotting down who wants scavenger stuff? We'll have to go back and double check on them so we don't forget. So I didn't miss any.
Okay.
They want scavenger hunt stuff, and we have prizes. Of course, it wouldn't be the CPLS summer reading workshop without prizes. So what we did this year, instead of putting individual names in, we put the names of the libraries of the people who came. So, oh my, Autumn, you're going to be laminating scavenger hunt. We have, the first thing we're going to give away is my friend. I'm going to miss him now that he's going to be gone. Someone is going to win my lemur. I guess it's not my lemur, but it seems like he's my lemur. And
Jody wants him.
It's on top of my head, so I cannot see anything on top of my head. So I have to pull out. And I think, I don't know, draw my name, it says. She was here earlier. I'm not sure she's still here. Blue Hill Public Library.